look forward to hearing from you throughout the next 2 days in the chat and of course in the various breakout sessions that we will be having. As we get started, without wasting time, I will ask to receive some remarks from our conference chairperson, Olivia Chadimpa Matovu, who will come now and officially welcome you as we get started. Once again, you're very welcome. It's nice to see all of you. And please do give Olivia a hand clap of encouragement as she comes to get us started. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. The Honorable First Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of East Africa Affairs, the Solicitor General, the Honorable Ambassador, Madam President, Council members, our distinguished guests, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is my honor to welcome you to our 5th Annual Conference 2022. I hope you're as excited as I am, for this conference is indeed a great one. This year's conference is dedicated to demystifying the facets of regional and international trade that affects the evolution of legal practice. There is no better time to start the conversation on how to transition and build capacity for legal practitioners in Uganda than at the wake of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area and the East African Federation. As lawyers, we need to think beyond Uganda. We need to think regional, we need to think globally. With this conference, colleagues, we will discuss global issues. We will discuss regional issues. We will discuss national issues. I hope you will actively participate. I hope you will think. I hope you will challenge. And I hope you will provide solutions for our practice. Allow me to thank the organizing committee that has worked with me to deliver this conference. Team, you've made me proud. Thank you. I would like to thank the President and her council for entrusting us with this assignment, and I hope that we have delivered. Where we haven't, blame it on me. Where we deliver, please applaud the organizing committee members. This conference would not be possible without partners like National Social Security Fund. Agnes Tibeita, you're welcome, you're in the room. Thank you so much for championing the Uganda Society agenda and for enabling the sponsorship that has come. I want to thank other conference sponsors. The room is decorated with all of them. I won't list them out. I think, Ben, that will be your work to highlight all the sponsors of the conference. But we want to thank you immensely for your contributions, for your ideas, for your wisdom. Wouldn't have done it without you. Obviously, you wouldn't have come here without the participation of our esteemed members of the society. Colleagues, thank you very much for being part of the society and for always participating in society activities. I would like to say, let this be a journey of knowledge. Let these 2 days be a journey for us to learn, relearn, and unlearn what we need to take away. For more information about the conference, colleagues, our esteemed guests and stakeholders, visit the conference website at www.alc.uls.or.ug. You'll be able to get all the information about this conference and you may interact with us further. I reiterate my warm welcome to you all. I hope you enjoy the conference. May God bless you. Stay well and stay safe for God and my country. Olivia Charimpa Matov.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for those very precise and beautiful words and for getting us started. Indeed, as you mentioned, we do have a lot of sponsors and we will mention them as we go along. I'll start by acknowledging NSSF, and I think we have already heard that they are represented here and we'll be having a wonderful discussion from their Corporation Secretary at some point this morning, and we look forward to that. We also want to say a big thank you to Sprint Uganda, who are providing us with free internet for the duration of the conference. So if you simply go to your phone and look for the network, it's called Sprint UG at ULS, you will be able to enjoy free, fast, wireless internet during the entire duration of the conference. I will mention many of our other sponsors as we go along, but it's also my privilege to acknowledge everyone in the room in your capacities, and I will try and make sure we get to each and every one of you as it is. I want to make special recognition, Honorable Prime Minister, of our Leadership Code Tribunal who are with us in the room, and if they would kindly allow me to embarrass them to stand, just so we can take note of your presence, including our chairperson, Dr. Rosalind Karujongo, our deputy chairperson, the Honorable Asman Chiinji, of course, good to see you, and the members, Didas Bakunza, as well as Joyce Birimaso and Jen Okelonge. It's very good to see all of you. Thank you so much for being with us today. Now I will ask President Fiona Nabasa-Wall to come and make her remarks as we get started. I just need to remind you that we have a lot more people online that are here in the room. So in everything that we do, please, the camera that is right in front of me where I am pointing has the biggest audience with us, and let's always remember to address them so they don't feel like we're neglecting them. Thank you so much. A big hand clap for our president as she comes.
The Honorable First Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for East African Affairs, the Honorable Rebecca Alitwala Kadaga. Let's give her a big hand clap. She always sets a high example when it comes to timekeeping, and being one of the most senior lawyers in the land, I think we need to take pride in that. The Honorable Solicitor General, Mr. Francis Atoke, heads of diplomatic missions, I think represented by Dr. Katia from the Austrian Development Agency. Let's recognize them. The President, International Bar Association, Mr. Stamford Moyo, he's in the house, he's online. Let's give him a big hand clap. The President of the Rwanda Bar Association, Mr. Moise Nkundabarashi Batonier, please stand up for recognition. We need to see you. Rwanda is in the house. We also have with us the President of the Burundi Bar Association, Mr. Jean de Dieu Muhuzenje. Please stand up and wave to us. Oh, he's in the house. Maybe he's just stepped out of the room. We would also like to recognize Senior Counsel led by, we call them Senior Counsel by virtue sometimes of their Senior Counsel, but also being past presidents. I would like to start with past President of the East African Bar Association, Mr. Richard Mugisha. Please wave, all the way from Rwanda. We have past President Kasirie from Kasirie Viahang and Company Advocate. We have past President Simon Peter Chinobe. We also have in the house the chairperson of the Leadership Tribunal, Dr. Rosalind Karujongo, and members of the tribunal, Ms. Joyce Nalunga, Mr. Suman Kachinji, and Mr. Didas Bakunzi. Congratulations on these appointments. The last you've just been appointed since the last annual law conference, so allow me to congratulate you. We also have in the house the Honorable Justice Kabito, Chair of the Judicial Service Commission. Allow me to recognize our chief guest, our council members that have carried us. Honorable Minister, at the beginning of our term 2 years ago, we threw a Thanksgiving party and you're our guest of honor. So I think it's historical and prophetic that you're also seeing us out. I'd like to recognize the Vice President, Ms. Diana Angwe. The Secretary, Madam Rita Namachika Nangono. The Treasurer, Madam Shan Mugenga Msanase. At the beginning of our term, our first term, we're in the second term of our progress. We had council members, 2 council members that served with us, but they went on to bigger and better things in education and the judiciary. I'd like to recognize them. Mr. Faisal Mulalira, who's the director LDC, Lira Campus, and Mr. Conrad Oroya, who is now in the judiciary, his worship. They were replaced in our second term by Mr. Jimmy Madira, Mr. Kemisto Shoaib Brian, who's online, and for Eastern representative, who is our Vice President-elect as we speak, Mr. Martin Asingwire. I'd like to recognize all dignitaries present. Would like to recognize in a special way NSSF, our partners, our members, Ms. Agnes Tibaita. We do not take it for granted. Would like to recognize senior council members of the judiciary online and the Uganda Law Society Secretariat. Please just stand up and wave. Yes. And last but most definitely not least, I'd like to recognize Madam Olivia and her team of the annual law conference. Honorable Minister, we've been honored to have very senior members helping us with this. And this conference is the 5th. For me, it's very, it's a bit emotional because we started this in 2017 and I was the chair of the very first one as secretary under President Gimara. Then I also served on it under President Chinove. And now this is going to be our last one as council members, at least my last one as a council member. Some of my council members are continuing. But I want to thank the Uganda Law Society for their commitment to learning, for their commitment to development. On behalf of the Uganda Law Society, Honorable Minister and our guests, want to welcome all of you. This is going to be a 2-day conference where we are going to have both the conference as well as the annual law awards, where as a membership, recognize those among us who have distinguished themselves in their disciplines of practice. Today, we have a lot of important guests coming and we have the 2 honorable ministers coming. So I'll not make a lengthy speech. I will just say, I want to state that the theme for this conference is timely. It's about lawyers and the business community, the private sector, looking at economic development, regionalization and trade, looking at how to confront challenges. How do we build synergies? And as we speak, even online, we have lawyers from all over the world, and how to embrace and explore opportunities. Our Honorable Minister, we want to thank you for your pivotal role in bringing Congo on board and sending, I remember seeing you lead a trade delegation to Congo, and they reported that they made business of about $1 million. And I was very jealous because I know on that trip there were no lawyers. I'm hoping that the next time you go on such heavy trips, you will take some of our lawyers so that we can partake in this business. Our Honorable Solicitor General, we want to thank you for the efforts that have been made in looking at the mutual recognition agreements. And we're hoping that even as we look at the common market protocol in trading services, we will see this mutual recognition agreement finally signed. As a young lawyer, I remember this draft coming out around 2014. So I think it's high time that we had it signed. The African Free Continental Trade Area is in high gear, and I'm very excited to see that if you're a student of geography, I'm sure all of us that studied in Uganda did some geography, and you joined all the trade routes with a line, you'd see that the confluence is actually the Pearl of Africa. So it's very important that we be discussing trade, what's happening on the international arena, and what our role should be. We need to understand what the entry of countries like DRC and South Sudan into the community means, especially when it comes to increasing our population. We're now almost as big as the European Union. How has Uganda Law Society positioned itself? I will just mention a few things. I'll say more later on. But the most important thing has been the launch of the trade mediation centers. I want to thank the Kingdom of Uganda and Private Sector Foundation with whom we have launched this. These centers are now Honorable Minister in Entebbe, Mpigi, and Masaka. And they give trade advisory services, business advisory services. They're trying to break down protocols for farmers. What do standards mean? What are the requirements? They're also trying to enable people who are going and signing loan agreements to understand what that means. But while we're doing that, we're hoping that our young lawyers will volunteer in these places, and in doing so, expose themselves to trade practice. We also are proud to say that last year, the Uganda Law Society got a seat on the East African Business Council. I think that's a big one. And we are very proud of our parliament, because I think the few times the Uganda Law Society has involved itself in trade, like with the famous Vinci Agreement, Parliament has taken our recommendations head on. And I think that this should remind us of the powerful role of any bar association in the economic agenda of the country. Our Honorable Minister, we are going to be discussing business human rights. We're going to be discussing non-tariff barriers and the role of bar association in such issues. We're going to be discussing what should enforcement look like when it comes to people breaking the protocols that we've agreed to, because we've seen that being a difficulty. We are going to be discussing what do remedies look like, both internally in alternative dispute resolution mechanisms, and externally. I'm glad to say that the London Center for International Arbitration has now opened a chapter in Uganda, and I'd like to recognize Mr. David Kagwa. Please stand up and wave. We're proud that a Ugandan is the chair, and we're hoping that arbitration will be taken to another level. Honorable Minister, without saying much, I would like to thank everyone who's been here. We'll continue. I'll say much more. You cannot trust a lawyer with a microphone, but without further ado, I'd like to invite the Honorable Solicitor General to come and make his remarks. Please give him a big hand clap.
Honorable First Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for East African Affairs, Honorable Rebecca Alitwala Kadaga, the President, Uganda Law Society, ambassadors here present, represented by Dr. Ktia from the Austrian Embassy, past presidents, not the other ones, but presidents of the East African community, president of the law societies, and distinguished guests. Allow me, the first Deputy Prime Minister, to adopt the protocol that was used by the President of Uganda Law Society, because there are so many distinguished people here that I may not remember all of them, and I don't want to be thought otherwise, that I don't want to refer to them or I don't want to mention them. Members of the bar, members online and guests online, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Francis Atoke, Solicitor General, of the Republic of Uganda. I come here to represent the Honorable Attorney General, who has other duties which were pre-assigned to him, and therefore he delegated me to represent him here. But I've also come in my capacity as a lawyer, and because you all know that Solicitor General has to be a lawyer, there's no doubt about that. So I'm here in that capacity, and I'm representing my boss at the same time. I'm happy to be here and to associate with colleagues from the East African region. I have a prepared text by the Attorney General, and I think I'll have to read it because it is his remarks that I'm going to read. But where necessary, I will add a few words, and I will acknowledge that they are mine, they are not his, so that if there are mistakes or they're unpalatable, I will take the blame, not him. But the good parts, the part of the speech that has been prepared by him will be attributed to him. Here it goes. Good morning. Allow me to begin by expressing my gratitude over the invitation to the Uganda Law Society 5th Annual Law Conference 2022. It is always a great honor to discuss with fellow lawyers and citizens the ways to enhance economic development and means of fostering positive change and transformation of our country. Ideally, economic development is the means of improving the material standards of living of the people by raising the absolute level of per capita incomes. Raising per capita incomes is one of the objectives of the government of Uganda. And with the existing legal and regulatory framework that is empowerment-based, even the sky is not the limit. So we'll go beyond the sky. I wish to remind us that this year's theme of economic development, regionalization, trade, exploring opportunities, confronting challenges and building synergies speaks from Uganda's Vision 2040 and the National Development Plan 3, which have prioritized the development of extractive industries and targeted mineral and petroleum development as key economic growth drivers, with the petroleum sector moving towards the production phase of petroleum projected for 2023. You are all aware that everybody is waiting for this petroleum to come out of the ground. And we are all very enthusiastic and expected about that. And we are expected to generate revenues from that can enhance infrastructure development, as well as create employment and capacity building opportunities. Economic growth requires immense public participation and involvement in economic policies and activities fronted by the government. I therefore wish to call upon all members of the legal fraternity and the entire public to involve yourselves in activities that promote the economic growth of our country. This shall enable us overcome the problem of famine, unemployment, poverty, even criminality, among others. I'm happy to report that the government of Uganda has put in place a very conducive environment for the population to thrive in various economic activities. The problem, as always advanced, is the mentality of graduating into the traditional white-collar jobs. With the current focus on regionalization, there is expected an increase in intra-regional trade as a percentage of world trade and of the region's own trade, which creates opportunities for lawyers and traders in the country to explore. East Africa alone, I think, has a trade, the volume of trade is roughly about $300 billion. So if we take part in that regional trade, we can drive the region further into a formidable block. So I entreat all of you to take it very seriously. all the latest developments in international and regional trade from opportunities for lawyers to explore, for instance, the monumental signing of the East African crude oil pipeline deal, Uganda's 2019 declaration to join the Extractive Industries and Transparency International, the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement, have already built a firm foundation for cross-border legal practice. And on behalf of the government of Uganda, I want to encourage you to take keen interest in the developments exposed by regionalization and the oil and gas industry, for they are meant to benefit our people. I thank you for listening to me, and I wish you successful deliberations during the 5th Annual Law Conference 2022 for God and my country. Honorable Kiora Kiwanuka, Attorney General. Thank you very much.
Another big hand clap for our Solicitor General. Thank you so much. As we move along, again, a big thank you to our online audience. Please do remember to stay in touch with us by typing in the chat and making sure we know you're okay. I want to recognize the presence of Dr. Katia Kashboma with the Austrian Embassy. She's also a justice reform expert and here in her own capacity as a lawyer. As we say in Austria, Eschi schon dich kennenzulernen. That basically means nice to meet you for those of you who only studied law and didn't bother to study other languages. So you're very welcome. Nice to meet you. Let's move along. I'm going to invite the Honorable First Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for East African Affairs because she has another engagement somewhere. I also want to recognize the presence of a very good friend, Honorable Minister of State for Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, the Honorable David Bahati. You're very welcome. We don't take it for granted that you've been able to join us, especially considering our discussion the next 2 days is very pertinent, not only on issues of regional cooperation, but also on trade. So now, ladies and gentlemen, if you could kindly join me in honoring and welcoming our Honorable First Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for East African Cooperation Affairs, the Honorable Rebecca Adeswala Kadaga, as she comes.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Honorable Minister of State for Industry, Honorable Bahati, the Solicitor General, the President of the Uganda Law Society. For the rest, I'll stand on the existing protocol because I don't know who takes hierarchy and what. They've already been mentioned. I'm really happy to be here as part of the 5th Annual Conference of the Uganda Law Society. It will be a pleasure to speak briefly about the economic development, regionalization and trade, the opportunities, the challenges, and building synergies. Let me thank the President and the Executive Committee of the Uganda Law Society for the commendable work they've done during their tenure. They have been very, very visible. I want to really commend them. In my capacity as the Minister for Integration, it's really a pleasure to be able to share with you a bit of what is happening in the region. And just to restate that we still expect that the opportunities will come from the implementation of the Customs Union Protocol in the East African Community, will come from the Common Market for East and Central Africa, the COMESA, the Common Market of South Africa Development Community, and other regional groupings. However, I think in doing so, we need to examine whether especially the Common Market, is really being implemented to the letter. The Common Market Protocol for the East African Community provides for a number of freedoms and also 2 rights. But you need to examine whether capital is freely moving within the region. Is it actually moving as it should? Are there no hindrances to the movement of capital? The freedom of movement of labor. We've just been hearing about the mutual recognition agreements. This is not moving well, and especially for the legal profession. The architects have their recognition agreements already within the region. The surveyors have their agreements within the region. But for some reason, the legal profession is lagging behind. And yet, this is one of the areas that has to be a constant within integration. How about issues of movement of services? How many people can establish services simply and without a lot of difficulty within this region? We need to examine that during this meeting. What about the issue of the work permits? How many countries have abolished work permits? What's the cost for the work permits? How about the resident permits? Are they accessible? All these are questions that we need to answer in order to find out whether we are moving well in the Common Market Protocol. One of the other challenges we meet is the issue of sovereignty. This fight is talking about the African Union, about having a community. Sovereignty is still an issue in that many of the partner states are still protectionist. We are talking about the African Union, but we still need a visa to go to Ghana. You need a visa to go to Egypt. You need a visa to go to South Africa. Sometimes it is denied, and you're an African. They deny, they can deny a visa. So all these are issues that we need to address as we talk about regionalization and trade. When the Africa Continental Free Trade Area was enacted, there was the African passport. I don't know whether any of you have seen the African passport. Who has it? One day I'd gone to the Pan-African Parliament, and one of the delegates said he had tried to get into South Africa with an African passport of the African Union. He was denied entry. So what are we talking about? We talk about the region, about African unity, and so on. So these are some of the things that we need to look at. We are talking about trade, and I'm glad the Minister of Trade is here. Within the region, trade among us is only 15%. The rest of the trade is far away from us. 85% in Europe, far away. But you cannot market, you cannot sell here in Sudan. You'd rather sell to the United Kingdom. All these are challenges that we need to discuss if we are really serious about regionalization. What about air transport? Can we move on this continent? Why do you have to travel from Entebbe to Brussels in order to go to Yaoundé? You spend over 24 hours just going to West Africa, but you have to go to Brussels first. Why have the African governments failed to deal with the issue of intercontinental travel? All these are challenges that we need to address. Now, we are, of course, we have within the East African Community now have Congo. Somalia is knocking hard to get in. All these are new opportunities. But how is a Ugandan lawyer going to work in Congo? You can't speak French. You can't speak Swahili. So now you have an opportunity to be a multilingual lawyer. I think that's another opportunity that we need to take, pick up so that we are able to work within the region. Also, we need to do some more specialization. I don't know whether, Fiona, whether you have taken a census, how many immigration lawyers are there in this country? Immigration specialists. We need them to deal with the issues I'm talking about, of work permits, of residence, and so on. How many integration lawyers do we have? I don't know whether they have integration lawyers here. Eh? Okay. Oil and gas, we have talked about it. How many specialists do we have in that area? How many cyber lawyers do we have? So I think you should also be trying to influence the faculty to focus on areas that will grow this integration. So these are some of the opportunities that we are talking about. So I would like to commend the Africa Continental Free Trade Area agreement to all of you. I want to appeal to you, especially the Solicitor General who is here, on the issue of the mutual recognition agreements. You know, when I go to the meetings in the community and people know I'm a lawyer, and we are the lawyers are the ones who are not doing anything on the mutual recognition agreements, it doesn't sound very good. So you save me the embarrassment by dealing with the issue of the mutual recognition agreement in the legal profession. I want to thank the architects and the surveyors because they've done their part and their area is moving. So as I said, I do have one or two other meetings in town, but I'm happy to have been present since morning. I wish you successful deliberations and thank you for inviting me.
A big thank you to the Honorable Rebecca Aditwala Kadaga, who is always on time. And that says a lot about you. And we honor you. And thank you very much.
Let's give the Honorable Minister a big hand clap. I felt that before you leave, Honorable, I just want to answer a few of your questions. I know we have over 400 specialized lawyers in oil and gas. We have about 50 immigration specialists. We have just established a trade law cluster. Our Honorable Minister for Trade, we really need help in that area because most of the trade lawyers and specialists that we have are working for international organizations. There are very few in practice that have really embraced it as a trade practice. But I think we recently saw the East African trade. There's a meeting that I think KTA advocates did recently about trade. That was the first of its nature, but we're growing there. But I also wanted to say that we've partnered with the Private Sector Foundation and the CEO is in the house, Mr. Stephen. And please let's give him a hand clap. And we are trying to see how to get into these spaces. The immigration lawyers are there, the people are there, but we also want to feed into policy. And in order to stress the importance of the government leading with its lawyers, Ghana, for instance, led with its lawyers in the negotiations for CFTA. And as we speak, we lawyers in Uganda are jealous because the secretariat of the CFTA is in Ghana. Yes, I know they use the story of Kwame Nkrumah, but Uganda is the Pearl of Africa. So we do want to be more involved in policy. And thank you so much for the advice about training. I think those that have ears have heard. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam President. And we want to say another big thank you to the Honorable Kadaga, who we know has to leave. And so we'll allow her to take leave. If we can just give her a big hand clap as she continues to serve us as a country and as a region. We'll just do a quick interlude for maybe about 2-3 minutes for our online audience, and then we will hear from our Honorable Minister of State for Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, Honorable David Bahati, in a little bit. We should also be joined by the Honorable Norbert Mao, who will be representing His Excellency the President in just a few moments. Good to see some more distinguished people who have joined us, and we'll be introducing them in their individual capacities as we go on. In the meantime, I'll allow a very brief 2-minute music interlude from our DJ, and then we'll hear from the Honorable David Bahati once we have settled back in just a few moments. Thank you very much.
Wicked package series. The 4G WakaNet MiFi. Pocket it, use it, enjoy it. Visit any MTN service center or Banana Phone World outlets. Get it at 75K. The MTN 4G Pocket MiFi is it.
From the hills, the rocks, and the rivers, the world is designed in utmost beauty. It's from this beauty that we derive inspiration to create. Play is made by these live interchanges where it gets its soul. Over the years, Uganda Clays Limited has perfected the art of creating firm, smooth, strong, and everlasting tiles. Uganda Clays Limited is a leading manufacturer of quality-backed clay building products in Uganda. It uses state-of-the-art kilns to currently provide the building materials in a brick red color. The company manufactures its products using Italian-made heavy clay processing machinery. Its main business is production and sale of roofing tiles, walling, and other building materials. UCL credits its growth over the years to a strong and dedicated workforce that constitutes the backbone of the company. The Kamonkwali factory is automated with the latest technology of bricklaying, minimizing human error and maintaining consistent production specifications. At Kajansi, the two kilns are powered up by coffee husks, supporting coffee growers. The company sells its products within the East African community. Uganda Clays is always determined to provide the best tile solutions for your construction needs.
Faster, fresher, and better than before, we've given our app a makeover. The new Vision Digital Experience is now the Vision Digital Experience. The future of media is here and it's looking bright. Check out the Vision Digital Experience app to have a feel of the fresh look, faster speed and exciting new TV and radio channels, and so much more. Download the app on App Store or Google Play Store now. Vision Digital Experience, the future of media.
The world is changing, so must we. At NSSF, we believe in creating value for our members. That's why we are investing in innovative solutions to simplify your life. This time, we're putting value in your pocket with the new NSSF Smart Card so you can do more. It is your NSSF account, your bank, and your loyalty benefits, all three in one card. You can get paid your benefits easily, remit your contributions, get loyalty and exclusive deals when you make transactions. Make online transactions, pay bills, and much more all in one card. The new NSSF card is not just a card, it's more. It's a card that lets you do more. Apply for the NSSF Smart Card today at NSSF Workers House or any Centenary Bank branch nearest to you, or visit www.nswg.org/smartcard. All card transactions are debited to direct card deposits. Terms and conditions apply.
NSSF, a better life. It's time to break new ground, to get up and be counted.
Our key learnings from the High Innovator for me basically was the financial models and how you're able to structure and track all of your finances, your expenses and all of that.
We have been in position to improve on our financial booking records. We know exactly how much we are earning every day.
Basically what we've learned, the business model. Before we were just doing business as usual.
Level up. Take your business to the next level. Sign up for the online NSSF High Innovator Business Academy. Visit www.highinnovatorbusinessacademy.nssf.org to upskill yourself and stand a chance to win up to 30,000 USD in seed funding. The High Innovator Program is an initiative of NSSF in partnership with MasterCard Foundation, implemented by Outbox.
NSSF, a better life. The world is changing, so must we. At NSSF, we believe in creating value for our members. That's why we are investing in innovative solutions to simplify your life. This time, we're putting value in your pocket with the new NSSF Smart Card so you can do more. It is your NSSF account, your bank, and your loyalty benefits, all three in one card. You can get paid your benefits easily, remit your contributions, get loyalty and exclusive deals when you make transactions. Make online transactions, pay bills, and much more all in one card. The new NSSF card is not just a card, it's more. It's a card that lets you do more. Apply for the NSSF Smart Card today at NSSF Workers House or any Centenary Bank branch nearest to you, or visit www.nsswg.org/smartcard. All card transactions are debited to direct card deposits. Terms and conditions apply. NSSF, a better life.
Big package series. The 4G WakaNet MiFi. Pocket it, use it, enjoy it. Visit any MTN service center or Banana Phone World outlets. Get it at 75K. The MTN 4G Pocket MiFi is it.
Faster, fresher, and better than before. We've given our app a makeover. The new Vision Digital Experience is now the Vision Digital Experience. The future of media is here and it's looking bright. Check out the Vision Digital Experience app to have a feel of the fresh look, faster speed and exciting new TV and radio channels and so much more. Download the app on App Store or Google Play Store now. Vision Digital Experience, the future of media.
It's time to break new ground, to get up and be counted.
Our key learnings from the High Innovator for me basically was the financial models and how you're able to structure and track all of your finances, your expenses and all of that.
We have been in position to improve on our financial booking records. We know exactly how much we are earning every day.
Basically what we've learned, the business model. Before we were just doing business as usual.
Level up. Take your business to the next level. Sign up for the online NSSF High Innovator Business Academy. Visit www.highinnovatorbusinessacademy.nssf.org to upskill yourself and stand a chance to win up to 30,000 USD in seed funding. The High Innovator Program is an initiative of NSSF in partnership with MasterCard Foundation, implemented by Outbox.
NSSF, a better life. The world is changing, so must we. At NSSF, we believe in creating value for our members. That's why we are investing in innovative solutions to simplify your life. This time, we're putting value in your pocket with the new NSSF Smart Card so you can do more. It is your NSSF account, your bank, and your loyalty benefits, all three in one card. You can get paid your benefits easily, remit your contributions, get loyalty and exclusive deals when you make transactions. Make online transactions, pay bills, and much more all in one card. The new NSSF card is not just a card, it's more. It's a card that lets you do more. Apply for the NSSF Smart Card today at NSSF Workers House or any Centenary Bank branch nearest to you, or visit www.nsswg.org/smartcard. All card transactions are debited to direct card deposits. Terms and conditions apply. NSSF, a better life.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back as we continue with our program. Of course, here at the 5th Annual Law Conference 2022. A reminder of our theme, and it's an important one. We're talking about economic development, regionalization, as well as trade, exploring opportunities, confronting challenges as we build synergies, and we'll be having some wonderful discussions in this regard. It's my privilege to announce the arrival of the Honorable Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, the Honorable Norbert Mao. Let's give him a big hand clap as he comes. I am sure the Honorable Mao will be particularly pleased with our choice of colors for the conference this year. And I would like to categorically state that these colors were not chosen because he is representing the president. I'm just saying it was a coincidence. A reminder for you that we do have free internet, courtesy of Sprint Uganda. You simply go to your Wi-Fi and look for Sprint UG at LS. That's the name of the network, and you'll be able to experience free Wi-Fi. So an honor to also see past President Council Francis Gimara. Good to see you and you're welcome. Thanks a lot for joining us. I'll kindly ask Madam President that you get our guests to sit down so we can continue. And then we will continue with the rest of the program. I also want to say a big thank you to our partners, National Social Security Fund. Thank you. So in the name of protocol, because our Honorable Minister is not here in his own capacity, he's wearing slightly bigger shoes than the ones he normally wears representing the president. I will ask us to kindly stand and do the Uganda and East Africa anthems again, especially because of the magnitude of the shoes that our Honorable Chief Guest is wearing. We'll have the Uganda anthem and the East Africa anthem as we continue. Thank you. May take your seats, ladies and gentlemen. As we continue, Honorable Minister, Honorable Mao, Honorable Bahati, you'll allow me to say all protocol observed. I want to thank in a very special way everyone who is joining us online. Honorable Mao, you might have some people in the room and there's a number, but if you can just project that screen of our online audience for just a moment. We have more than 300 people at the moment who are currently joining us online. And of course, this is important because they do get CLE points as well by participating in the conference this year. And so I want to thank everyone who is online. We see you and it's a pleasure to have you. I want to say a big thank you to our sponsors. We have a lot of partners, the National Social Security Fund, Can we give them a big, big hand clap for being our main partner? And the Cooperation Secretary is here with us and will be doing a presentation later this morning. I want to say a big thank you to our other partners and sponsors for this year's conference, and allow me to kindly run through them briefly. MTN Uganda, thank you very much. Big thank you to Sprint for giving us internet, Sprint Uganda as well. I want to say a big thank you to Uganda Clays, to Prudential, to Vision Group, to UNOC, to the Insurance Regulatory Authority, to Umeme, Total Energies, Uganda Breweries, and Nile Breweries, who I'm sure are going to make sure that we have a wonderful evening. We have a cocktail. So we want to thank them, as well as Diwala, Kasirie Biarhanga Advocates. We also want to thank KA. A big thank you for being a part of the conference this year. Legomac, thank you so much, as well as CATS, Katende Sempewa, thank you. Birunji Barata as well, and Kaliko Mutima and Company Advocates, and of course the International Bar Association, who are very well represented as well. Want to say a big thank you to them. Now let's move on very quickly, and it's my honor now to invite a good friend of mine, a wonderful person, but he's also here in a big way because of what he speaks to regarding trade, and that is the Honorable David Bahati. Please give him a very, very big, big hand clap as he comes.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, representing His Excellency the President, who is also the President of the Democratic Party, the President of the Law Society, the Solicitor General, and like we normally do in my profession, who are accountants, dear professionals. I'm happy to be here. Thank you very much for inviting me. Before I go into the presentation, to reflect on what opportunities are there and how we look at issues of trade in this regionalization, I thought I should just make 2 commercials, because for us in trade, we like commercials so that you will be able to know this. First, Madam President, you'll forgive me. It's not that I'm running away from the microphone being used by my brother, but my professional doctor advised me, if I'm speaking and I'm near a microphone, I must be particular to a color yellow, otherwise I'll have a sight problem. And I don't want to collapse this morning here. That's the reason why I'm using this microphone. And lawyers and accountants are always quarreling. So one time there is a lawyer who was quarreling with an accountant, and he told the accountant, he said, you know, the difference between a thief accountant and a chief accountant is in the spelling. And the accountant also fought back and said the difference between a lawyer and a liar is in the spelling. So I don't know, lawyers, if you have to give pro bono services, whether you give that lawyer or you give the accountant. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to make a quick presentation, and I've been given 15 minutes now that I'm done with the commercials. And I'll touch on the main reasons why we're in integration. What does it mean in terms of economic development, and also the role of the law society and other issues. But first, I want to thank you, Madam President, and the local law society for the services you are rendering to our country. And particularly in touch with your president, who is also helping us now as a ministry. For example, to come up with a bill on the Chamber of Commerce, and also we consult with her and other lawyers on issues of trade and regional integration. So we are very, very, very grateful. The main reason why we are in integration, just you again know, there are two really. One is prosperity for our people, and then strategic security. That's the two reasons why we integrate. We want markets and want to be secure, because when we are working together, then it is much easier as a region to negotiate at international level, both economically and security-wise. And when we talk about economic development, we mean increased households, high standards of living, modern infrastructure, high life expectancy. And I must say now that because of some programs, good programs were put in place, our life expectancy has increased. 1991, we're living for 48 years. Now we are living for 62 years for men and 63 years for women. I've never known why women live longer, maybe because of stress levels, most likely. It appears men, their stress levels are a bit higher than up. The shift from peasantry into modern economy. Those are some of the reasons that we're in integration, economic development. What does regional integration outlook look like? And the first Deputy Prime Minister touched on this. We're looking at trade integration, meaning free movement of goods and services, including factors of production to reward efficiency and stimulate further production, productive integration, economic integration, infrastructure integration. For example, it would be with the African Free Trade Area, it would be good for us to have common infrastructure. And that's the reason why you saw the other day, I think I was still at finance, we moved to support the DRC Congo to build roads going to Congo because of the trade between DRC and Uganda. And actually some lawyers supported us, other lawyers were very violent about this. And so I had some members of parliament saying, how can you build a road in DRC when you have potholes in Muyenga? They were arguing that way. But you need to do trade with these countries so that you can earn forex and have the money to build your own roads. So we need infrastructure integration. And at the African Union, I think this committee was being led by Raila Odinga, would want to see an infrastructure, a radio from Kampala to Accra, because we are producing goods. Then if you don't have common infrastructure, how then are you going to transport these goods? Again, the same point why we have the standard gauge railway and also the pipeline in terms of oil. Then free movement of people. Earlier on, the past Deputy Prime Minister talked about the African passport. I've never seen an African passport. I even don't know whether we need it. But Professor Mazuri was one time stubborn. He wanted to travel from Kenya to Accra, and he went to the airport and said, for me, you know me, I don't need a passport or an identity card. They said, sorry, we shall not board. So I don't know whether we need African passport, but these are some of free movement of people. There are pillars and stages of regional integration. I know I'm preaching to the converted, but it could be some young lawyers, professionals, who need to listen to some of these issues, especially from the perspective of the VIP. By the way, Ekanya, the cartoonist, one time defined VIP as villagers in Prados. So, so when you see me and Mao here, we are just villagers in Prados. So free trade area, removal of tariffs on internal trade, that's among the participating countries, but each country retaining its own tariffs towards the third party. Customs union, common market, monetary union, and political federation. And I think the former Chief Justice is pursuing this, the committee which was put in place. We have made a number of achievements. And I want to go through this. The president will circulate this. And those online you can see, but these are some of the institutions that have been put in place. The South African Development Bank, the African Swahili Commission, and a number of them. You can go on slide 8. You see most of these have been achieved. We have also achieved in terms of real trade. Uganda's export to Kenya increased from $175 million in 2005. We are now at 638 million in 2021. Our export to Tanzania increased from $10 million to 140 million. And also Kenya's export to Uganda have increased. And DRC, Uganda's export to DRC, despite the infrastructure problems, we still have a trade of 754 million US. And if the infrastructure improves, we think we can improve even better. Uganda's export to South Sudan. South Sudan was our greatest export destination in the region before the 2016 attempted coup, but still now we are exporting 631.29 million US. We have tried to put up common border, one-stop border posts. Those of you who have moved through Malaba and also Katuna is coming up now that the border is opened. And we think that once you, on the other side, you clear on this side, and then you enter freely on this side, and vice versa. And we are building those across the border. We are implementing the common tariff, among other things, and trade negotiations with third parties as a block. That's bigger voice for us. And we have had policy harmonization for industrial development, coordinated infrastructure, for example, the crude oil pipeline, the standard gauge railway, liberalization of the EC airspace, free movement of persons, telecommunications, and we're working out to have solve this problem which has been happening. Like me who come from Kabale, Ndogwa County West, when I'm in my constituency, to access me, you have to call the code of Uganda, and even some people at the border of Kenya. So we want to also resolve that. And this, I think, this market provides an opportunity for the lawyers. The bigger the economies come, the more people are making money, I'm sure that the more lawyers become happier. Some of the challenges as a community and also integration we are facing, we have difference in the speed at which we are integrating. Each one can travel to Rwanda or Kenya using a national ID, but you cannot travel to TZ with an ID. Persistence of non-tariff barriers, which are actually outlawed by both treaty and respective protocols. And where the lawyers, really the society can help us, because sometimes Parliament passes laws that are contrary to the treaty. And sometimes we have seen where lawyers go to parliamentary committees to defend these laws, sometimes even knowing that this is against the treaty. So we would want really to help these people, the VIPs, as I have told you, when they are legislating, so that you show them, by the way, there is this law already which is passed, you don't have to pursue this. Homogeneous economies, infrastructure to drive faster integration. Yeah, you can imagine now traveling to Kinshasa, and the first deputy prime minister has talked about this issue of going to Tunisia, you first pass through Europe. These are things that we need. These are some of the challenges. But we have big opportunities. Big opportunities, one, a big market. The population of East Africa alone, 2020, was 445 million. And in 2050, we shall be 860 million, including DRC and South Sudan. The import bill, 37.2 billion, and with a GDP of 600.2 million US dollars. The import bill provides a proxy for purchasing power, things that we're importing. So if you are talking to your clients, we want you to continue marketing your country. Then the import replacement, currently, the petroleum products, we're importing 5.4 billion US dollars. And yet, we are blessed with resources in East Africa. Uganda has oil, Kenya has oil, Tanzania has oil. Iron ore steel products, 2.9 billion. And we have, for example, in Chigezi region, iron ore depots that can take us for the next 50 years, but we are still importing this. So that's the reason why really we are moving so fast to address issues of import substitution. And I've listed some of the things that we are importing. Global connectivity, at least now the East African community stretches from the Indian Ocean to the Atlantic Ocean. And in terms of COMESA, I've given the figures, and we have also a very exciting opportunity for African Continental Free Trade Area of 54 African states. And I think we are only remaining with one country to assent to the treaty. But we have a population of 1.2 billion as a continent. In 2050, which is not far from now, we have we shall be 2.5 billion. 2.5 billion. Think about that. With a GDP of 6.7 trillion and import bill of 547 million. So this is a very exciting market, especially in the coming years when our population, if the purchasing power can increase, which will also be good for you, the lawyers. So as you practice in Uganda, don't be restricted here. Please think globally. Think about the continent. Think about all these opportunities. European Union market, we are exporting. We are allowed to export everything but arms. I don't know of recent whether this is still applicable, but arms. So you can export quota-free, duty-free, apart from weapons. Some of the opportunities in the European Union market, we have edible fruits and nuts, edible vegetables, oil seeds, cocoa, coffee. These are some of the things that they need. So in case you are meeting some of the investors in your offices, please try to show them, in addition to making money, you also need them to make money. And these are areas where they can make money. AGOA, since the Bill Clinton days, we signed the the African Growth and Opportunity Act, where we are allowed to export 6,400 products, duty-free and quota-free. Unfortunately, we are only exporting 30 products out of 6,400. And you know the market of America, how it is. The disposable income of those Americans is very, very, very high. And therefore, this opportunity is still there. Enormous markets for China, India, Japan, and the rest. And you look at the China's import market, these are some of the things that they are importing. And so the key message really is, with Uganda as accessing these big regional and global markets, duty-free and quota-free, it is the best place to do business and the best place to invest in. So those are some of the markets that now Uganda can access. The whole of Africa, can see Europe, America. That's where we have signed agreements, and they are there. You should be aware of them. You should read them, and also advise us if there are areas that we need to amend. So we have, in terms of synergies and opportunities, we have real an opportunity through import replacement and export promotion. One, we have abundant raw materials, oil and gas. We have an opportunity of 1.4 billion barrels of recoverable oil, marble and lime, 21.6 million tons of limestone in Hoima, Hima, Kasese, and Durani Kamwenge, 300 million tons of marble and limestone in Karamoja. We also have an opportunity and abundant resources, 12.8 trillion US dollars reserves of gold. Our budget now stands at 12 billion US dollars per year, meaning that if we are able to lift this, this oil gold alone can take us for the next 500 years. So that's why we have now formed a committee in government where I sit and the Minister of Minerals, Energy and Minerals, and also the Attorney General to see whether we can establish a company to really look at digging our minerals out of the ground, because the treasury through taxation alone is not going to be enough to develop the country. But we can use our own resources, the minerals, oil and gas, to access revenue so that we can develop our country at a faster rate. Iron ore, as I told you, in Muka alone, we have 318 million tons of iron ore and 111 million tons in Skuru in Tororo. That's why I wanted to do the fertilizer factory. So we think that with this information, as lawyers who belong to this profession, you can play a positive participation in the legislation process, advising on any laws or bills that contradict regional integration or international trade protocols. And your president has been very instrumental in this. You can also help us to market the potential of the country through provision of legal advisory services to protective domestic and foreign investors. You can also export your professional services to the continent. You need to be aware, don't be limited to Uganda alone. And the president was talking about having a trade law cluster. We really support that, so that we have lawyers whose preoccupation is trade, is investment. And whenever we have anything to do with that, then we know where to go. Your advisory services, enabling the private sector to unpack opportunities within the regional integration. And by doing this, you need to do it with honesty. Earlier on, I was talking to the Solicitor General that we have also had some situations where lawyers, you know that an investor or somebody has no case. You know for sure that the case is not there, but you continue to say, no, I can represent you in court, and I think we have an opportunity to win this case. And then you go on and on. The delay, you are not only delaying a client, but also you are delaying the process, especially issues in the commercial court, issues of investment. You need to be serious when you are looking at that, and you need to approach it with honesty. In conclusion, Mwalimu Julius Nyerere once said that when the rest of the world is walking, Africa should run, because we have lost so much time. I think as a generation, we have the greatest opportunity to build a strong and prosperous community through supporting policies and programs aiming at improving common infrastructure, making our regional and more competitive, and ensuring peace and security. Lastly, I really want to, Madam President, I will have now two presidents here. I want to say that this is my very first time to address an audience that is as attentive as this. I hope that every one of you was listening, and I want to really appreciate. I like storytelling because, and jokes, because they help to live longer. You can't imagine next Wednesday I'm making 65 years. So I invite you for my birthday. Thank you very much.
Another big hand clap.
I hope it's not a joke.
It does sound like a joke. If that's how you look at 65, Honorable Bahati, when I grow up, I want to be like you. A big thank you to the Honorable Bahati. At 65, okay. We have two wonderful panel discussions that are going to be coming up in a bit, and I'd like to encourage you to look out for them. That one will be on the AFCFTA, which Honorable Bahati has talked about, and the opportunities that there are, especially for you in the legal profession. And that is going to be handled by my very good friend, the ED at PSFU, Mr. Stephen Asimwe, who is here with us. If you could kindly just raise your hand so people can see you, Stephen. Thank you so much for being a part of the conference this year. We'll also have another one on alternative financing opportunities and the role of the legal sector in creating an enabling environment for private equity, venture capital, and impact funding. And that's going to be done by Mr. Patrick Chichoncho Katabazi, who is a partner at Pathways Advocates. Patrick, where are you? Just so we can take note of your presence, but that's going to be coming up and it's something to look forward to. We also, before that, will have a presentation from our main partners at this year's conference, NSSF, and Corporation Secretary Agnes Tiveita Isharaza, who will be coming to do that. And then a wonderful keynote from the president of the International Bar Association. That should be something to look forward to on the role of the legal profession in economic development and trade from an IBA perspective. Before we get to that though, I'd like to invite our president to come and invite our chief guest to sort of officially open, and then we'll get into the discussions, starting with the keynote, and then we'll have a presentation and our dialogues with a tea break somewhere in the middle. We are running a little bit behind time by about 45 minutes, but we will try and redeem that as we go along to try and make sure that we can be able to get our time back by the end of the day. So let me ask Madam President to come and invite our chief guest to make his remarks. Thank you.
The Honorable Norbert Mao, our Honorable Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, in your capacity as a representative to His Excellency, the President of Uganda. Let's give him a big hand clap. With us today, Honorable, I just thought I'd let you know who's in the room. We have development partners represented by Dr. Katia and diplomatic missions from the Austrian Development Agency. We have our Attorney General, Honorable Attorney General, represented by the Honorable Solicitor General. We also have senior counsel present. I would like just to ask them to stand up for recognition. We had already gone through a lengthy introduction. Senior counsel, these are the past presidents of the Uganda Law Society. We also have, there's someone who stood there, senior counsel is not very familiar. He's the previous president of the East African Bar Association Law Society. We have the president of the East African Law Society, Mr. Bernard Oundo. I have Uganda Law Society Council members, please stand up. In our tenure, we've had 2 terms, Honorable Minister, and I have served with many. I'd like all of them to stand up. Some bailed out after the first term to bigger positions. We have the Secretariat of the Law Society, but in our midst, we also have we usually do. Honorable Minister, this is the 5th of these conferences. Earlier on, I was talking about how President Guimara started this and honored me to chair the first one. So it's very exciting that he's here, seated right next to you, as we have the 5th conference. We discussed earlier before you came, we discussed the issues of trade, and the reason we're doing this conference is because we want to see how do we facilitate business. And I think one of the things before, they say when you go before the king, you should have your asks. As Uganda Law Society, we've been supporting and facilitating trade in so so many ways. The Honorable Minister mentioned some of them, like the trade cluster, like representation on the East African Business Council, our partnership with the Private Sector Foundation in order to educate the masses about what's happening in regionalization, trade, and investment. But we've had some challenges. One of these is overregulation of professionals, Honorable Minister. The first was when we had some regulation requiring lawyers and other professionals to pay trade licenses. I'm proud to report that the Uganda Law Society took that on in court. And want to thank the Solicitor General because I think there was a consent from the Attorney General's office. As the head of the bar, I think he showed leadership. And now professionals no longer, it was first the Law Society, but then we also went to war for our fellow professionals. They no longer have to pay that trade trade license. However, Honorable Minister, now that we have one of our own in this very important office, we have the 100,000 tax on our practicing certificates. As a lawyer who even served with the Uganda Law Society itself, I think you remember that it has always been a struggle to convince young lawyers to pay up and have practicing certificates. This is true of all other associations for professionals. So this 100,000 tax, we're in court for it, but we are just hoping that the ministry can have a change of policy. Because when we overregulate professionals in a time when we want to compete with the international market, then we are heavily disincentivizing them to practice. And yet trade in services is one of the things that we're looking forward to as lawyers. Honorable Minister, Mr. Ravindranath Tagore stated that everything comes to us that belongs to us if we create the capacity to receive it. We have regional integration, we've discovered oil and gas, we have a lot of money coming into Africa for climate change, and unfortunately the COP26 seems to be targeting our East African crude oil pipeline as the enemy to progress. I think we need to prepare ourselves. We need to build our capacity. And before we came as assuring, we've struggled as the legal profession in Uganda to get ring fencing for legal services. All other professions were ring fenced in the ECOP bill, that's the East African Crude Oil Pipeline bill, but we were struggling because we were being asked about our capacity in oil and gas. And before you came in, I informed the minister that we have over 400 experienced, trained professionals. For the last 10 years, we've been training professionals in oil and gas. We have law firms that have affiliations with international law firms and do not have capacity gaps. And we know very well that policy issues in the oil and gas sector need to be advised by indigenous lawyers. Otherwise, we will suffer the same oil costs that our other countries have suffered. I think this is what Botswana did right. There's no problem with us doing right ourselves. But Honorable Minister, so just to put it in context before I invite you to address the gathering. But before that, let me congratulate you on coming in as our Honorable Minister of Justice. I think we've always had your voice, and we think that that voice has now gotten a very strong platform. Thank you very much. Welcome with me, ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, who's representing His Excellency, the President.
I have a speech. The President of the Uganda Law Society and the members of the Council of the Uganda Law Society, the President of the International Bar Association, who is online, the past presidents of Uganda Law Society, and the leaders of the associated bar associations in our region, friends and partners, international and local. I am only here to represent His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda. But before I read his speech, let me congratulate you on convening this forum. For the last 5 years, the annual law conference has become the flagship event of the Uganda Law Society. And the theme of economic development, regionalization, and trade couldn't have been chosen at a better time. This theme gives the conference an opportunity to discuss the issues that will unlock opportunities and overcome obstacles so that this beleaguered continent of ours can have citizens who enjoy rights, who have access to livelihood, who have access to good health and educational facilities. I feel that I'm among friends. I see in the room people I have known very well, people who have mentored me, people who have held my hand, not only legally, but even politically, like the Honorable Mara Tubo. I remember I went to hunt for him to give me money when I was contesting for guild presidency. And since then, I've never looked back. This conference is unique, as the president of the Law Society said, because it is a genuine conversation. And I believe in the same way that you are challenging others, you are also going to be challenged as lawyers. The challenges that you're throwing at the Ugandan state have got to be taken very seriously. In the ministry in which I sit, I feel at home because unlike other ministers who don't know what training their teams go through, I can say fairly, I know how the majority of my team are trained. We are all lawyers. Though unfortunately, for those of us who have branched off into politics, somehow people forget that you ever went to school. And I have to keep reminding people that I'm a lawyer, because it looks like we, the political class, don't do credit to our education. In fact, it seems education is a hindrance to political advancement. So if you are highly educated, you may only succeed in politics by abandoning your educated self. I know the Minister Bahati has left to address the media center. And if he was still here, I would thank him for balancing his jokes. Because if he had only cracked a joke at our expense, I would have told him that there is something called defamation. And we would take a hefty sum from his salary. The Law Society is an established institution. And I like even the way you have this organizational capacity. I have attended government organized events, and I see we still have a lot to learn. The setup is beautiful. And I'm not talking about the choice of colors, by the way. This has nothing to do with your choice of colors, but it has a lot to do with the friends you have made over the years. The other thing I note is that you continue to change, but also maintain contact with those who have led before. We politicians have a lot to learn from you on the question of transition, because we are not very good at it, particularly in this blessed republic. To see so many former presidents seated totally unafraid in the presence of the incumbent. That's great credit. Therefore, as I embark on the tasks that have been given to me, which you know will last just between 3 to 4 years in the Ministry of Justice, let me invite you to stand with me, because the young lawyers who are here, the Uganda of the future will be built on your dreams. So it's my duty to invite you to dream boldly. Many times the Uganda Law Society has appeared to be extremely vocal. As the Minister of Justice, it's my duty to let you know that there are many people who can't speak for themselves. And it's your duty to speak for them. In any case, all your statements are in line with the Constitution. So anybody who tries to ascribe partisan interest on the Uganda Law Society is definitely trying to blackmail the Uganda Law Society. We have also encouraged the President of Uganda to continue the spirit of ensuring that his directives are in line with the law. And we are pleased that these days, most of the presidential directives end with a sentence, implement this directive in full compliance with the law. That at least is a big relief. We also wish to congratulate you for reaching out to our children through the rule of law clubs, which we hope particularly the donors will support, because the people who will continue to carry your banner tomorrow are those who are young today. Let me now read verbatim the speech of His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda. I wish to thank the leadership of Uganda Law Society for inviting me to preside at the 5th Annual Law Conference, an event which brings together members of the legal fraternity to deliberate on the salient issues affecting the legal profession. I commend you for maintaining this wonderful tradition of open discourse and debate to sharpen your skills and knowledge in the theory and practice of law in the modern society. Under the NRM leadership, lawyers continue to enjoy unfettered freedom and liberty to practice their profession to the best of their abilities. This is a fact that is sometimes taken for granted and often abused by some people who are either genuinely ignorant or choose to forget the dangerous conditions of lawlessness which prevailed before 1986. The NRM has demonstrated unparalleled support for the rule of law. I want to begin by stressing the fact that the legal system is part and parcel of the organic body of the society. You cannot have the law floating in vacuum or space. It must be rooted in society and serve a specific purpose. Therefore, as you talk about the narrow scope of laws, you should ask yourselves the fundamental question: who are we? First and foremost, you must understand that we are Africans. Who are these Africans? These Africans are the most ancient human beings on the globe. They have been here for the last 500 million years. All these other human beings who went to Europe came from here. The Chinese, the Indians, the Europeans, etc. The Africans were the pioneers of civilization in Egypt. However, in the last 2,500 years, Africans have been suffering. They have suffered from foreign invasions, slave trade, colonialism, neocolonialism, marginalization, bad governance, lagging behind in science and technology, lagging behind in social development, etc. Therefore, you must understand these African people and ask yourselves how relevant you are to them. For us, in the NRM, we fought to liberate the African people from foreign domination and servitude. We joined anti-imperialist wars to win freedom for the African people. We also resisted and defeated the African agents of the imperialists. Having liberated our people from the political domination, we have been making progressive steps to free them from social stagnation, which is rooted in the subsistence nature of the African societies. The goal is to transform the people, the family, the area, the country, and Africa. Transform them, how? By making everybody join the modernity of the 4 sectors: commercial agriculture with good calculation, industries, services, and ICT. To have subsistence farmers in your areas as lawyers is unacceptable. The NRM also correctly identified 2 crucial stimuli that can catalyze social transformation. These are education and health for all. That is human resource development, and private sector-led growth. The 2, education and liberalism in the economy, have catalyzed our transformation. Regional integration is another indispensable factor in this process of transformation. An aggressive production program needs market outlets to sustain itself. Hence, integrating markets is an important stimulus for expanding both the GDP and GNP of our countries. Therefore, as lawyers, if you are to remain relevant, you must help our people achieve total transformation. Finally, I thank you all and wish you fruitful deliberations. And now, on behalf of the President of the Republic of Uganda, I declare the Uganda Law Society's 5th Annual Law Conference officially open for God and my country. Thank you very much. I am going to be around for as long as I can. I've canceled most of my programs because I like this place better than my office. Thank you very much, at least for today.
A big thank you to the Honorable Minister, who is representing His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda. He also happens to be a celebrity in his own right. Honorable Mao, I beg to take a picture with you. I would like to grow my Twitter followers by at least 2,000. I'm told if you take a picture with him and he retweets, you're guaranteed at least 10,000 new followers that day. He currently has about 340,000 followers on Twitter. So that shows you the power that he already has. And he makes very good use of it, very active on Twitter, actually. So thank you very much. Let's go to our keynote, which is going to be delivered by the President of the International Bar Association. I'll ask Madam President to come and introduce him. He's going to be talking on the role of the legal profession in economic development and trade, especially from the perspective of the IBA. And then after that, we'll take a very quick tea break when he's done, and then come and get a presentation on leveraging on pension funds to secure a better life today and tomorrow from the NSSF. But first, let's get ready for our first keynote of the day. Thank you.
First of all, let me request for another hand clap for His Excellency through the Honorable Minister and the Honorable Minister himself. People. For the members of the Uganda Law Society, I just want to recognize the IBA president at the beginning of the COVID lockdown. Uganda Law Society wrote to the IBA and we talked about our plight with legal aid, and they were able to send money, about £10,000 towards the legal aid project of the Uganda Law Society under President Stamford Moyer's leadership. The IBA has remained a partner. Some time back, had issues in one of our countries, Zimbabwe, where they're trying to legislate the Law Society out of existence. And we want to thank the President again, for being involved. Also, we are honored that Uganda Law Society was picked as one of the bar associations to go and discuss these issues and see how to resolve them, along with the SADC Law Association. Lastly, before introducing properly, the IBA was very interested in what happened when we came into office. I think this was the first time that a bar association had a 50% margin of ladies and gentlemen. So they did a gender report on the Uganda Law Society. It's the second after the Law Society of the UK. And I'm pleased to say, Honorable Minister, that we shall ask you to launch this report today after the President of the IBA speaks. Mr. Stamford Moyo is a Zimbabwean lawyer. He is the first African to serve as the International Bar Association President. I think, Senior Counsel, you should be inspired. And I think that we should whet our ambitions, lawyers, especially the young ones who are not really famous for waiting, so that we make sure we do not leave his chair very vacant when it comes to being represented by Africans. Ladies and gentlemen, I now take the honor of introducing a man whose big shoes I'm not capable of filling, Mr. President Stamford Moyo of the International Bar Association. Stamford, you're welcome.
Thank you, Madam President, for those kind remarks. Let me start by recognizing the Honorable Ministers who are with us today, the Minister of Justice, who has just spoken. Minister, I congratulate you on your appointment as Minister of Justice. Your words are very encouraging. It is very rare to hear a government minister speak so eloquently and so appropriately. I really was very pleased to listen to your speech. I also wish to recognize the Minister of Trade, who is among us. I believe there are a number of bar leaders who are here. Bar leaders really are my bosses as president of the Law Society, as the IBA, because the bar leaders really choose the president of the IBA. So they are really my bosses. I would like to recognize them. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I've been asked to speak on the role of lawyers in the success of regional integration. Obviously, the purpose of regional integration is to uplift the status of our people. So it's really the role of lawyers in uplifting our people. I will speak from an African perspective because a lot needs to be done in Africa to uplift our people. Ladies and gentlemen, Africa has 17% of the world's population. 1.3 billion people live in Africa. It is 9.6% of the world's oil output. It is 90% of the world's platinum. It is 90% of the world's cobalt. It is 50% of the world's gold, the gold that backs currencies. 50% of it comes out of Africa. It is 2/3 of the world's magnesium. It is 35% of the world's uranium. It is 75% of the world's cotton output. It is a massive deposit of lithium. We just opened a new lithium mine in Zimbabwe here. It is a young population. It is over 30 million square kilometers of landmass. It was among some of the largest corporations, world corporations you can find. In South Africa alone, for instance, there is something like 600 American corporations. So why is Africa poor? Africa is a rich continent. There can be no doubt with what I have just said. And there's absolutely no reason why Africans should be wallowing in poverty. Yet the reality of the matter is that Africans are among the poorest people of the world. They live in a rich continent, but they are poor. So that is the challenge immediately to you. Is this happening? To advise on the minerals that we have, to advise on how we can get the best of our minerals, how we can fight poverty on our continent. For instance, there is an imbalance between the extraction of minerals from Africa and the developmental benefits that are accrued to African people. It is your duty as lawyers to try to craft legislation, to try to craft treaties, bilateral investment agreements that ensure that there's a proper balance between the extraction of minerals from Africa, the huge minerals that I have just referred to, and the developmental rights of the African people, the developmental rights of the communities where these minerals are found. That this has not happened is something that ought to be blamed upon us as lawyers. We have not done enough. We've been preparing investment agreements. We've been advising clients in respect of these matters, investors in respect of these matters. But we have not addressed the question of whether these agreements that we craft create a proper balance between the extraction of our minerals and the developmental rights of the communities where these minerals are found. So as you negotiate regional integration, as you negotiate agreements in terms of which countries come together, create single markets, you ought to advise also that, to really succeed, we have got to create a balance between the extraction of our minerals and the developmental rights of the people where these minerals are found. So it is your responsibility. All these treaties that are entered into are agreements. That's your role number 2. They are agreements. They are legal agreements. They are legal instruments. Their effectiveness depends on how well crafted they are. So you have a massive role to play in ensuring that these agreements that creates a single market, for instance, like the African Continental Free Trade Treaty, if they are to be effective, you will have to be effective in your duties as lawyers. You will have to ensure that these agreements create the rights and obligations to ensure that they achieve the objective they are meant to achieve. These are contracts. Because they are contracts, they really lie in our domain as lawyers. It is our responsibility to ensure that they achieve what they ought to achieve. So that's the second responsibility I see you play as lawyers. Furthermore, for any agreement to be effective, it must have an effective dispute resolution mechanisms. the dispute resolution mechanism you create in the agreements that you craft will determine whether or not Africans benefit. For instance, will determine even whether or not you benefit. Despite the fact that you participate in agreements that are prepared in connection with investments in Africa, I can tell you that there is not a single African country today which is a net exporter of legal services. We are net importers of legal services, and that is most unfortunate. You craft agreements providing for dispute resolution in London. You craft agreements providing for dispute resolution in New York. You prepare agreements providing for dispute resolution in other world capitals. I do not see why those disputes should not be resolved in the capitals of Africa, for instance. I do not see any reason why we can't create our own dispute resolution mechanisms which are as effective as those mechanisms that we refer our clients to. Why can we not create an arbitration center for disputes arising from Africa? Why can we not create, if a single country is unable to do so, why can't we get together and create an effective arbitration center which we can headquarter in one of the African cities? That's your role, really, as lawyers. It is your duty to think about these things. It is irresponsible to be drafting contracts which provide for dispute resolution in other continents, when in fact you are here as lawyers. You are trained in exactly the same universities as the lawyers that practice in those continents. The lawyers that practice in London, New York, and other places are trained in the same universities you are. You read the same law. You are just as effective as they are. All you need really is to apply yourselves and to think about what you are doing so that you do not create agreements that provide for exports, for import of legal services. You ought to create agreements that provide for export of legal services so that our balance of payments, for instance, benefit from the legal services that are provided by you. A single law firm in one of the large world capitals will have something like 3 billion or 2-point-something billion pounds in revenues in a year. I can bet my bottom dollar that there's probably not a single firm in your jurisdiction that produces revenues in that magnitude. But there's no reason why there shouldn't be a firm that produces revenues in that magnitude. If we plan our affairs correctly, we have got the skill, we've got the expertise, our parents sacrificed for us to be educated, we're as educated as our colleagues in other jurisdictions. You interact with them, I'm sure you have seen that their levels of competence are comparable to your levels of competence, and in many cases, you are probably more competent. And there's absolutely no reason why we can't become a net exporter of legal services as Africa, because we have got the resources. The gold is here, which backs the currencies of the world. The next aspect that I would like to deal with is, already Africa is something like 8 regional economic groupings aimed at creating a single market. But in most cases, you are fortunate because East Africa has been more successful in this regard. But in other regions, the creation of a single market has not been easy. There's been lots of tension with some countries wanting to retain as much authority as possible, others wanting to give the authority to a supranational entity in order to ensure that the single market actually works. Now, it is us, the lawyers, really, who should craft appropriate agreements to point out that the whole question of sovereignty has to be compromised to an extent in order to accommodate regional integration, in order to accommodate coming together. I'm pleased to see that you have been successful in East Africa because the level of integration is a lot higher than other parts of Africa, which is quite pleasing. But a lot more can be done, and a lot more still needs to be done. You still have a lot of work to do in that regard. Lawyers also should negotiate ancillary agreements or agreements that harmonize the African Free Trade Treaty with the regional treaties. It is your duty really to come up with rules that will ensure harmonization, because it is not intended to get rid of the sub-regional treaties. It is not intended to get rid of the sub-regional groupings. So the relationship between within the whole of Africa is a single market, and the various sub-regional organizations that exist is a relationship that can only be defined by you as lawyers, by you coming out with rules that ensure that there is some form of harmonization. Lastly, I think we have a duty as African lawyers to ensure that the African Free Trade Treaty works and is successful. It will create a single market. It will simplify movement of goods and services. It will simplify movement of people. Presently, we have 107 borders in Africa. Obviously, the entry points are even more. The border between Mozambique and Zimbabwe, for instance, is something like 4 entry points. It is really for us as African lawyers to try to simplify movement of people. We have to persuade politicians to accept that it is in our interest, it is in the interest of Africa to ensure that there's free movement of goods and services. The tariffs that are barriers to movement of goods, for instance, are tariffs contained in agreements that we draft, in statutory instruments that we draft as lawyers. It is our duty as lawyers to identify ways in which those tariffs can be liberalized. It is estimated that 30 million people will be lifted out of poverty in the event of this treaty succeeding. It's supposed to have started operating a year ago, last year, but there's no evidence on the ground. And really, we ought as lawyers to be pointing out where the obstacles are and to be devising solutions as to how those obstacles can be overcome. It is estimated that incomes by 2035 will increase by 450 billion. That is a significant amount, and we ought to really try to ensure that this treaty does succeed. Presently, about 20 countries have ratified the Continental Treaty. And in many countries, there will be need for domestic legislation to be put in place. There are a number of countries where an international treaty requires formal domestication through parliament before it can become binding. Now, it is for us as lawyers to point out that there are still obstacles to be overcome if this is to succeed. Furthermore, the state of Africa, as far as the rule of law, observance of the rule of law and the enjoyment of human rights is not very pleasing. Now, the Continental Free Trade Treaty will succeed only if we are able to overcome the challenges that we presently face, challenges such as challenges to the rule of law. Because without the rule of law prevailing, the rules we craft even at continental level are not going to succeed. The whole concept of African integration has been under discussion for a very long time. For instance, there was the Lagos Plan of Action as way back as 1980. There was also the Abuja Treaty, creating the African Economic Community as way back as the early 90s. But we have not seen anything on the ground. In fact, many of you will probably be unaware that there was any agreement to create the African Economic Community as way back as 1991, I think. Or as way back as 1980, there was a plan of action to create a single marketplace for Africa. Clearly, if we bring together all the markets of Africa, even us as lawyers will benefit. If my Botswana lawyer wants to specialize, for instance, in securities, you may find that his market is far too small. If, on the other hand, the entire SADC comes together, you may find it feasible to specialize in securities and deepen expertise in that area. That applies to other fields as well. A mining lawyer practicing in Kampala, for instance, may find it worthwhile to specialize in mining law and deepen his expertise if the market is bigger than the market he's dealing with today. So a single marketplace for Africa will ensure that we are able to specialize, we are able to deepen our expertise and challenge the expertise of those that are exporting legal services to us. We also have a responsibility to educate our governments. Our governments think that an agreement prepared in London or in New York or in one of the first world capitals is a superior agreement to that prepared in Kampala or Harare or Nairobi. That is not correct, as you obviously know as lawyers. Most of those agreements, in fact, take this route. A government goes to London to instruct a law firm there. The law firm contacts the local firm in Kampala to do most of the work around it because it understands the environment, the legal system applicable. The law firm in London prepares the final agreement, taking advantage of the local expertise. And the government pays huge amounts for the agreement prepared. The poor lawyer in Kampala is working under a fee cap. He's probably told, look here, your fee cap for this matter is £20,000. We're not going to pay more than that. In other words, if you spend more time on it, we're not going to pay more than £20,000. But what your government is paying is much more. We need to educate our governments to understand that they really need to free their minds and accept that something prepared in the first world is not necessarily superior to a product prepared, a legal product prepared in Africa. So it is our role as lawyers to educate our governments. I am pleased that at least in Uganda, you appear to have a very enlightened Minister of Justice. I was really impressed by his remarks, and I'm sure working with him, you'll be able to achieve a lot. I was given 10 minutes to speak. I think I've already exceeded my time. It is time for me to stop, but I'll be available should you have any questions.
Thank you so much. Let's give him another big hand clap. I think we see why he is president of the IBA. He has everything international, everything legal at his fingertips. Honorable Minister, we are, as I had already told you, that we have agenda report. I would like to ask the team to flash it up. It was done by the IBA, using IBA resources, using IBA researchers. One of the researchers is actually Ugandan, and I'm waiting for the technology team to put it up. But while they do that, Honorable Minister, 3 things that I'd like to say to His Excellency that we hope you will take back with you. One is that these are very difficult days for legal aid globally. I think people know that. We have had a hard time in the last 1.5 years with DGF suspended. We want to thank His Excellency for opening it up, but he opened it up when the funding was ending. And we are very grateful that when we went to meet His Excellency in September last year, he pledged to bridge the gap, the financial gap for legal aid, for the legal aid project of Uganda Law Society. The second thing is we have built our house, ladies and gentlemen. Can we give that a big hand clap? Since you're here, Honorable Minister, I cannot go without thanking our senior councils led by President Sevgenyi. Please wave. When we had started this project, he swore that even if we had to have one Mutaimbwa there, by the time we finished our term, it would be there. As I speak, we are at the 3rd level. We've done 2 wings. Using the meager resources of Uganda Law Society in a COVID period. But His Excellency also pledged 5 billion, which I am informed that it has been put on the budget. I think this is the 2nd time. With you there, Honorable Minister, I'm hoping we will get it. But it's not all begging, it's also thanking. We want to thank His Excellency for putting us on the Presidential Roundtable for Investment and Trade. That has helped us contribute to trade, but also we want to thank him because as an issue of economic recovery coming out of the COVID issue, His Excellency also ensured that Uganda Development Bank had us on the list for getting financing. So I think lawyers, we need to give that a big hand clap. So I just want to ask whether our researcher is in the house. Okay, in the interest of time, is she in the house? Okay, in the interest of time, I'll just take us through briefly through what the report is about. This report was done by the IBA. It was released on the 8th of this month, but we were given the privilege of having it launched officially in the country. I told you this is the 2nd. The first report was done on the Law Society of UK. Forgive the small script, but we know that gender inequality is, I'm just going to summarize it, is a serious problem in the legal profession, especially a profession that fights for rights of minorities. We know very well that legal societies all over the world, we have almost 50% of them comprised of women, but the very nature of our practice sometimes compromises the ability of women to practice within that. So the International Bar Association, as part of its global longitudinal study into gender disparity in law, produced a report focusing on Uganda as a case study. This report is the latest installment of a series of reports that continue the work of the IBA in partnership with LexisNexis Rule of Law Foundation Project, which was launched to uncover and address challenges towards gender parity in the legal profession across all sectors in order for us to achieve a 50-50 ratio. The study reviewed, among other considerations, gender comparisons from the point of graduation from Ugandan law schools that were selected for sampling, admission to the bar course, graduation from the bar course, admission to the Ugandan bar, and then various sectors of practice. This study will inform gender policy among our stakeholders and actors and in the legal space, but also in policy. We also thank the IBF for its partnership as Uganda Law Society and aiding the legal aid project. We also believe the findings in this report will light the way to addressing the issue of gender parity in the legal profession. Our Honorable Minister, this report has already been posted on our website. It's going to be available to all members. This report highlights important issues, for instance, of about 1,500 law firms that are in Uganda right now. About only 300 of them are female-led. It also has some information about the challenges that women face. They seem to be, the majority of women practitioners seem to be in government and in the corporate world and NGO world. And we need to look at how much we can encourage women. But I'd like to recognize the female lawyers, the Female Lawyers Committee of the Uganda Law Society. It's represented here. I think they've been very deliberate in supporting women. They even have a mentorship program for women law firms. Claire Amanya, please stand up and wave. She's a member, very active member, and she's a female partner. These are some of the people making us look good. Honorable Minister, this report actually makes Uganda Law Society shine among other bar associations, because in other bar associations, some of them have never even had a female president, and I'm the fourth, and now we have about 3 candidates that are female for the presidency. So there is progress. But I'll also say that the focus is not necessarily just gender. The issue is we need to be able to see the correlation from when people enter school, when they get out, and when they practice, and what is causing the gaps. Without further ado, you're seeing some of the, I'd like us to go to the page where we're going to ask the Honorable Minister to declare this. Okay, so this is the report, and would like Honorable Minister to just declare it launched. Yes. I'm going to ask all my female council members to please come and stand here. This is a historical moment. Please forgive us, the male council members, the he for she's. I'd like to also invite our members of the Leadership Code Tribunal, the female members, to join us. I'd like to invite Agnes, our major sponsor, NSSF, to also join us. And our CEO, Deputy CEO, Uganda Law Society, please join us. This is a very monumental time, and Honorable Minister, please don't feel out.
I believe, Madam President and dear friends, it's in order to thank the International Bar Association for the support they rendered to get this report. Since these reports come regularly, it can only mean that we have not yet achieved the goal that the country aspires to, which is 50-50. As you know, the Ugandan constitution talks about 30%, but the women are like Oliver Twist in Charles Dickens' book. They always want some more. As you can see, I'm outnumbered here, so I'm not going to say anything that may lead to emotion for a vote. I want to congratulate the Uganda Law Society. I actually received a copy of this report. I've not yet read it, but after I've read it, I promise to give my comments. It's now my honor to declare the report whose short title is 50-50 by 2030, a longitudinal study into gender disparity in law, officially launched for God and my country. Congratulations.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. You didn't look like you're complaining to be outnumbered. If you would please stay with, yeah, because if you would please stay with me for a moment, Honorable Minister, for just a second. I want us to take that Twitter picture. I'm trying to promote our hashtag, so we're trying to make sure. Please make sure you take many pictures. Our hashtag is ALC 2022. So that's hashtag ALC 2022. I'm going to tag you, just retweet and say I'm awesome, and you'll have done your job, Honorable Minister. Thank you very much. There you go. Good. A big hand clap for the Honorable Minister. Right. It's good to see that we are trying to redeem the time. We're not doing too badly. We'll try and move along as quickly as we can. Just wanted to recognize some people who have joined us during the course of the morning. Past President, Mr. James Sevugen, if you could please kindly stand so we can take note of your presence. Thank you so much for being with us, sir. It's good to see you. The President of the East African Law Society, Mr. Bernard Owundo, as well. If you would kindly stand. It's good to see you, sir. Thank you so much for being with us. The Uganda Law Reform Commission, if you can give them a big hand clap, and any members, you could kindly stand so we can take note of you. Also want to say a big thank you to our other sponsors, Stanbic Bank and Latitude 0 Degrees, who have been very, very helpful in the 5th Annual Law Conference here in 2022. Let's go on to our next presentation. And what I'd like to advise is that in the interest of keeping time, instead of taking a tea break, we're going to do a working tea. And I want to explain how this is going to work to make sure that we have continuity, especially for our online audience. And so what we will do, first of all, because you've been standing for a little bit, and I know that lawyers are very serious people, I would like to loosen you up a little bit. So I'm going to ask that you all stand, and we're going to do a very, very quick game. Let me try and find an item from a table here. I played this game at an event very recently, and it was a lot of fun. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give Senior Counsel Gimara an item, and I'm going to give you the responsibility of being able to negotiate a value for this item. You'll reach consensus with your table, and then you have to sell that item to the second table, which has to sell the item to the third table. The transactions cannot take more than 45 seconds. And the idea is that you have to be able to negotiate very quickly, reach consensus, sell the item to the next table, sell the item to the next table. And then when you finish, we agree on what the item has been. And then I'll explain how we're going to do a working tea. It's going to be, please go ahead, start. You guys agree on what price that is. You sell the item to the next table until you go around. What we will do with the working tea is that we're going to have some ushers come and pick you from your table, and we'll go one table at a time. Now, to make sure that we have continuity, we'll bring coupons to a particular table. And so please, you're distinguished people. I don't want you to be bounced at the serving point. You can only go when you have been handed a coupon to go and pick a tea while we continue with the presentation. The idea is to make sure that we have continuity and be able to redeem the time. So we'll continue with our next session, but then someone will come to your table and hand you a coupon. You will then go with that coupon when you get it to go and pick your tea and then come back with it to the room so we can continue. That way, we will only have one table outside the room at any given point, and it will enable us to be able to continue very smoothly and quickly. Past President Chonebe is doing a transaction. I'd like to know, let me first find out what this table sold the item for. Oh wow, very, very serious negotiators. So have you guys done the transaction? What You're taking too long to negotiate. You need to finish quickly. Have you reached consensus? And
Almost.
we agreed that it's 45 seconds, so you need to. Yeah. If you can't agree, you then have to pay us.
Exchange rates. Exchange rates are disturbing us. Once you give us $100, but not 100.
But they are giving you a lot more money than you want, right? We will do just one more table in the interest of time. So you guys now pick it up, and then the next one, and then we'll stop there for now. Oh, wow. This is usually a lot of fun. It's a very exciting game. So you guys have, you managed to sell? Okay. Okay, you can have your seats, ladies and gentlemen. Let me give you the results of our transaction. So the Honorable Minister's table decided that my item, which is a wonderful chocolate eclair, is worth at least 50,000 shillings. They managed to sell it to the second table at 50,000 shillings. That table managed to sell it to the next table for 100,000 shillings. Right? Congratulations. That table managed to sell it to the next table for $100. And the table that bought it at $100 gave it to me for free, in the spirit of togetherness. So thank you very much. And congratulations. So I think we're now a little bit refreshed. We're going to go on to our next session. Again, just a quick announcement on how we're doing our working tea. Someone will come and give you a coupon at your table. Until you get a coupon, please do not go. And the idea is to make sure that we have continuity in our session and redeem the time. Our next session, as I mentioned, is going to be on the issue of pension, which, as we very well know, is something extremely important for us as a country, and how you can leverage on pension funds to secure a better life today and tomorrow. And this is going to be presented by our main partner, but also Corporation Secretary at NSSF, Miss Agnes Isharaza. Please give her a big, big hand clap as she comes to take us through this session. When you do get your tea, please pick your tea and then come back to your table so we can continue. Thank you.
Your Excellency, the President with a capital P, because you're many presidents at that table. Honorable Minister, Honorable Attorney General, represented by the Solicitor General, Development Partner Representative, all past presidents, ladies and gentlemen, allow me observe the protocol that was already stated. Thank you. Agnes Isharaza from NSSF. I bring you greetings from the fund. I believe many of you are our members. I'll be sharing the statistics. With me are my colleagues from the fund. Kindly stand up for recognition, but also because we shall not have a question and answer session. And this is the team. Please remain standing so the team can see you. In case you have any questions, any of these colleagues of mine will be able to address the same. Kindly sit. So I'll be speaking about leveraging pension funds to secure a better life. Our purpose as the fund is we want a better life for our members. And the today and tomorrow, I was very happy when Honorable Bahati was speaking earlier, and he mentioned how our life expectancy has increased, 62 for gentlemen, 63 for ladies. The reality is we are living longer. So there is the need for today and definitely for tomorrow. So why this is very important for us as a fund, it's two-pronged. One, for you as a society, we see you as very key stakeholders, and in three ways. One, you in your individual capacity, seated at your desk, at the end of the day, it's your life, right? You're here today, you're privileged today. Are you preparing for tomorrow? we can be a partner in that. Two, as an employer, many of you run law firms, some of you are in corporate entities like ourselves, you have employees behind you. Are you helping your employees and dependents prepare for tomorrow? And then three, you represent clients of varying categories. We see that you can be very valuable partners for us to reach out to your clientele. So that is very critical for us at the fund. That is why the fund is very proud to associate itself with the Law Society, because of what you represent to us in those three categories. The second category is pension funds as a source of spurring economic development. Again, when Honorable Bahati was speaking earlier, he talked about the reality that we cannot rely on taxes for purposes of funding and facilitating development. We know the situation we are going through. We are borrowing without getting into the statistics. You know how dire the situation is. Pension funds create a pool of sources that can be relied on to spur this development. And that's the link to the topic for the conference. So that's the context of the discussion, which I've pretty much summarized. I guess I have to look this way, sorry. So there's the individual aspect. It applies to you as an individual, but most importantly, the role played by pension funds in the financial sector. Currently, our ratio to GDP is generally low across the continent, with the exception of a few countries, Southern Africa, Namibia, Botswana, etc. Generally, they're still low, but there's huge potential to grow this pool of sources. So I'll just speak very briefly about the global perspective. Okay, sorry, there's a problem with, can somebody help me? Sorry, technology. Okay, sorry, I went forward. Can somebody help me move the slides? Kindly go backward to where I was at, the global perspective. So again, in the interest of time, just to summarize, as of 2020, the global pension fund contribution was around $56 trillion. 2020 was at the COVID time when COVID had hit. Surprisingly, it was a growth from the prior year. We saw this at the fund. If you recall, last year we declared a double-digit interest rate in spite of the COVID crisis. Unfortunately, come 2021, the funds decreased to around 35 trillion globally. So again, perhaps to manage your expectations, you may not see a double-digit return this year because of what transpired. The COVID effects are still affecting us. So that is the global picture in a nutshell, without getting into details. Bringing it back home, the pension sector is organized in various categories. So we have the formal, as you may know, like the NSSF, the Public Service Pension Scheme, Parliamentary Pension Scheme, Armed Forces. We have the formal private, life insurance companies. We have schemes run by employers, occupational retirement benefit schemes. Many of you have this, and unit trusts. Then we have the semi-formal, savings clubs, credit schemes, SACCOs. When COVID hit, we did a research at the time, a survey, and found that most savers in these categories, over 80%, actually had only one form of saving, which was with NSSF. Over 80%. You recall the outcry that happened at the time with members clamoring for their money at the time. It was dire, it is dire. So we have two types of plans. Again, in the pension sector, we have the defined benefit plan, where the employer guarantees a payment, a definite amount of payment upon retirement. You see this in the public service. You've seen teachers retire and get a monthly, it's an annuity, more or less. Armed forces is etc. We then have the defined contribution where the employer and workers make regular contributions. And at the end of the day, get a lump sum. That is what happens with NSSF and a number of occupational retirement benefit schemes. Some of those schemes run a hybrid model, both defined benefit and defined contributions. So I'll give you a few statistics about the sector in Uganda. As at, this was around 2021, 2020, the assets under management in the pension sector were around 16.3 trillion. As we speak, NSSF closed last financial year, June, with 17.1 trillion. So if you're to add on the contributions from the other sector, I think we are coming close to 20 trillion. So this is the pool of funds that we are talking about contributing to the sector. Benefits paid to members. This is money actually going out into the economy. So that number was as at 2020. So again, using NSSF as an example, by end of last year, our financial year ends June, we had paid out around 1.1 trillion shillings. Normally we pay around 500 to 600 billion a year, but you're all aware that we had this unique situation that came up, the midterm access. So for the midterm, we paid close to 500 billion. We had projected to pay around 1 trillion, but half of the eligible members haven't yet come for their money. So we paid around 1.1 trillion. This is NSSF alone. This is money out in the economy with members. So our coverage as a sector is around 18%. Only about 18% of the population is in one way or another saving with the schemes that I took you through earlier. All this information is available with our regulator. So check their website, the Uganda Retirement Benefits Regulatory Authority, for the latest information. We are licensed as NSSF, and they license about 64 or so schemes that would be able to serve you. So looking at NSSF, just to bring it back home, we are a statutory entity established by law. So whatever we do has to be within our law. Until January 2022, we were covering the formal sector. I'll speak to what happened after that. Like I said, we're a defined contribution scheme. So employer contributed 10%, employee 5%, payable monthly. And then, like I said, our assets under management right now are about 17 trillion, 17.1 to be precise. We invest this money in various assets. I'll be taking you through that. So 2022, there was an amendment to our law. It made headlines. Many of you followed this and it impacts you directly. I'll be speaking to that. In the law, a few highlights. Any person between 16 and 55 can become a member of the fund. So I believe many of us are eligible, and one can continue to be a member after 60. In the old law, there was no clarity on when one ceases to be a member. Now, I highlighted the removal of the limit for a reason, because we have a direct engagement on this issue with you, our colleagues, and I'll expound on this at the end. So the removal of the minimum of 5 employees, as was the case in the old law, that was done in the new law. So now any employee as defined in the Act is eligible to be a member, is in fact required to be a member of the fund. So there was a new introduction, new category of members introduced. We have voluntary members, and we have the informal sector was also brought on board. You recall in the earlier slide, NSSF had been introduced for the formal sector. The amendment has opened up the space for us. We can now get into the informal sector. We can get voluntary members. We had a voluntary category. Some of you are in that category, but that category was subject to the very same principles that applied to the mandatory contributors. So this is purely voluntary. So maybe just to speak about this, we're in the process of developing the regulations and guidelines that will apply to this specific segment. The law now allows us to come up with new products. And so you will be seeing some exciting developments in that space. And over and above the mandatory 15%, our members are now able to top up. If you're in the formal space, so you're contributing your 5 and your employer is contributing the 10, you could ask your employer to top up for you, contribute an additional 5 or 10 or so. Okay, so that is the fund and what we do. What is our business model? So you register as a member. So we collect your contributions. We invest your contributions. We have, I'll come back to this later. So we collect and invest. We invest in specific asset classes. Again, I'll be expounding on this. And once we invest, we are expected to preserve and grow value. That is our statutory mandate. In fact, our law guarantees our members at least 2.5%, whether or not we performed every year, at least 2.5% return on their investments. That is a statutory obligation. Internally, as a fund, we have made a promise to pay our members at least 2 percentage points above the 10-year moving average inflation. And we've done that consistently for the last couple of years. We hope that we shall sustain that because the dynamics have changed a bit. So once we invest and get value, we are then able to pay back to our members through benefits. The benefits that are properly defined, we are a defined contribution scheme. So either on retirement and other categories that I'll be speaking about. So that is our cycle. Register, we collect your contributions, we invest, we give you a return. And that's how our business is organized at the fund. So a few statistics for your information. They're a little scattered, but just to bring the picture home. So the 69.K, we've registered employers because the employers are the ones with the obligation to remit on behalf of the employee. That was 62.9. Unfortunately, the actually active members are about slightly close to 15 or so thousand. So you have a database of employers around 60,000. We have about 15,000 of those active. In an environment where we are looking at this as the opportunity to pool funds. So the question is, where are the others? And when you look at the other databases, Uganda Registration Services Bureau, etc., you'll find they're in their hundreds of thousands. But this is what we have. Then we have, from this category of employers, we have a total of about 2.1 million members on record, on the database. And the sad reality comes through. There are 2.1, but the active ones are actually less than 1 million. Where active means we receive a contribution. It gets worse when we talk about compliance. Compliance is a regular contribution every month. The numbers fall to almost 400,000. So that's your fund we are talking about currently. Yeah, so the challenge for us is how do we turn around these numbers? So there you are, from 2.1 million members, about 1 million active, about 1 million dormant. So colleagues, I think now you can understand why when you are seeing headlines and you saw some of the responses from the fund, that is the context. That is the context. To use midterm as an example with due respect, I think on the outside, you would imagine the midterm was available to all and sundry. That wasn't the reality. That wasn't the reality. I told you the eligible members were around 40,000 only for all that you saw in the press, okay? So now this speaks to us as lawyers. I think, Madam President, you mentioned 1,500 registered law firms. So we have only 250 firms on our database, 250. So remember the amendment, colleagues. It's now mandatory for every employer to be registered. You also know that it's a requirement by the Uganda Law Council for you to avail the certificate of compliance from NSSF. You know that. So going forward, and we are implementers of the law, yeah? So as we move into the next cycle, I think for this year, we made an exemption. Actually, many of you registered this year. Going forward, we are going to have that conversation. It's a statutory mandate, okay? So 250 firms currently registered. We have a total number of 3,648 lawyers. I'm told we got these numbers from the Secretariat. We have just about 1,300 of our colleagues, our colleagues as members, which is about 36%. So like I said in my opening remarks, this conversation is about the fund and you as our members, as our employers. These are the statistics. These are the statistics. Okay, so I talked about the investment portfolio. Where do we put your money, our money? We have broadly 3 investment categories. The bulk of the funds are invested in government securities. Why? Because of the high returns. Recall our statutory mandate to preserve and grow value. This is where we found the quickest value. And this is not only applicable to us in Uganda. This is the trend you see globally, government securities. And that's why we've been able to sustain the returns we have. The expectation is that these are the funds that now our policymakers should be looking at. So around the time of the amendments, there was again an outcry of NSSF lending to governments. And there was an assumption that government comes knocking. I don't know that it's Honorable Bahati or Honorable Kasaija. This is how NSSF lends to government, through investing in government securities, the same way even you would do. So the bulk of our investments are in that category, and we've done very well in that front. We have about 15% in the equities portfolio. So we've invested in various companies on the stock exchange. Both here, by the way, we invest, our law, the regulator's law allows us to invest in Uganda and the region only, East African region. So these funds are spread out in the East African region. So we invest in equities on the Uganda Stock Exchange, Nairobi Stock Exchange, Johannesburg, Rwanda, and Tanzania. And then we have a portion, around 7% in real estate. You've seen some of our flagship real estate projects. There's pension towers coming up now, towering, changing the skyline of Kampala. You've seen it. Of course, Workers' House, our home. There's a satellite project in Lubowa. I'm sure many of you have seen it. It will be launched in August, God willing. We have other properties which have been the subject of some, unsavory reports in Simbe, Temangalo. So we invest in that category. So for its minimal contribution to the portfolio, it is the most visible and causes us the largest headaches. But that's how the portfolio is spread out. So what are the benefits that we offer our members? There's the age benefit. When you make 55, you come and get your money, the lump sum, automatically. The other aspect to this is if you are 50 and have not been employed for 1 year prior to that, you come and get your money, withdrawal. Accepted employment, if you join government, the armed forces, those categories, you don't have to stay with us mandatorily. If you leave the country permanently, immigration grant, you come and get your money. Invalidity, in case something happens to you, and we prove that there's temporary or permanent incapacity, you come and get your money. And survivors, in the event of death, your survivors will get your money. This seems to be the most common benefit. Ironically, when we look at our numbers, it accounts for about 2 or 3% of the benefits that we issue every year, that category. Again, like the land issue, it is the most problematic, and you can imagine why. And then come January 2022, we got the midterm access, the famous midterm access. When you're 45 and have contributed, you see I'm even still struggling, have contributed for 10 years, because that's the language of the law, yeah? Or Disability, again, midterm access, you're 40 and have contributed for 10 years. So we had to unpack contributed. What does contributed mean? That's where the famous 120 months count comes in. So we actually go through the records and count, yeah? Have you made contributions for at least 120 months? That was the interpretation of that provision. Apparently, it was contrary to the intentions of the lawmakers. But you see, with the law, you interpret it as it is, right? So there have been arguments about the spirit of the law and all that. So it's being revisited by the policymakers to see whether it could be interpreted as 10 years of saving. So if you've saved for 10 years, from a fund perspective, we do not, okay, some of these statements are a bit political. So, so there's that discussion happening. In case you see an amendment, our role is to implement. So for now, it's 120 contributions, which is equivalent to 10 years. That's the midterm access. So like I told you, we've paid about 500 billion already. We think that some of our members will come after the declaration of interest this year to access their money because there's an interest aspect, like I told you earlier. So in the spirit of our mandate, which is collect, invest, grow value, give a benefit, we got to a point where our compliance levels were telling us something. I showed you the numbers applicable to our society. That is true in other sectors. So the numbers are there, but our members are not saving, our members are not contributing, and they tell stories which are compelling. The economy, people are struggling, it's a reality, yeah? So I'll just give a very quick example. For example, during COVID times, there were exemptions made, but then there are sectors that had to continue paying. So for example, you go to a school to check on their compliance and find that the teachers are being paid in kind, yeah? So there's no salary because they're not generating money. So a teacher is being given 2 kilos of posho, 3 kilos of beans as the compensation at the end of the month. So come NSSF and you want that teacher to comply with the law. I'm sure you are told similar stories. Those are the realities. So we've been thinking as a fund, how do we help to contribute to changing the circumstances of our people? That explains, that's the background of the High Innovator project. I'm sure you've seen a lot of press about this. The spirit behind the Innovator is this. If we've reached a kind of stagnation and we can see it, you can only squeeze so much out of an employer or a member. And remember, this is members' money. It's not NSSF's money, it's your money, yeah? How can we contribute to the national dialogue and strategy by creating opportunities for members to create employment? By creating employment, we are then creating a pool of new members, but also creating a pool of funds out in the economy. So that is the spirit behind the High Innovator. So very quickly, I'll take you through our targets. So we are doing this in partnership with a couple of stakeholders. We've partnered prominently with MasterCard Foundation. So they put in $5 million. We'll also be matching the same. We have other partners. And for the record, before I'm asked where is the money coming from, so we have a budget which is approved by our minister. So all that is accounted for, yeah? So our target for 2 years was to onboard hubs. Hubs are partners, because as a fund, we are not the experts in this issue. So we have experts like the Innovation Village. I'm sure many of you have interacted with them and others. We targeted to have 12 on board within 2 years from when we started, which was 2020. We now have about 7. We targeted to train about 10,000 individuals, not necessarily members of the fund. We've trained about 2,800 from across the country, 100 districts, because we want it to be cross-cutting, like we said. We targeted to avail seed capital for 100 businesses. We funded 27. So what happens is these applicants go through training and then some kind of competition. They are judged and then given seed capital of $30,000 to kickstart their businesses. So we funded around 27, we being the partnership of stakeholders. We targeted to have 3 financial partners on board because it's about money, money, money. And we have 2 financials, UDB and ABI Finance. And like I told you earlier, we have this partnership for every $1 million that MasterCard puts in, the fund matches. We had targeted to spend around 4 million injected as seed capital into these businesses. We've done around 2.1. So we feel we're on the right course. The underlying objective being to spur these businesses into growth. So that is the space we've chosen to play in. And we hope that together with the partners, we can now be seen to actively contribute to creating opportunities in the market, not only for us, but for all the players. So how do you use pension funds? Just very quickly, the cycle. So we have the pools, and this is really a summary of a lot of stuff I've already said. We have the investment pool. So the assets grow. We invest through the prudent asset allocation, the other 3 categories I told you about: fixed income, real asset, equities. Invested prudently, we get a high return, hopefully, which we've been doing. That spurs the asset growth and returns. So we pay our members. Then you see that number growing. We are now at 17.1. That's NSSF industries, close to 20 trillion, originally 11% of GDP. It should be growing. We should get to the levels of the Botswana and Namibia, where we contribute significantly to the GDP. So we don't have to worry about taxes as such. Yeah? And then that investment goes directly to catalyze development. Yeah. So we are looking at possibilities of partnering with the government, for example, in infrastructure development. Why not? We have a partnership, for example, regarding the government offices premises, Bwebaja, that could save government some money, and maybe that goes back into the pool, you know? So such significant developments could be funded using the pension funds. So that spurs economic growth and the cycle continues. So that is how pension funds could be used. So I'd already talked about this. No, this is different. The categories where the investment pools are. So there are 3, and we shared this last year. This is really to remind you where we fall. So the first category, commercial banks, credit institutions, mobile money, that's short-term credit. Then medium-term, development banks, UDB. The government was talking of injecting 2 trillion shillings in UDB. When you look at the need, capital investment required, 2 trillion is not sufficient, it's a fact. That's why we are borrowing and borrowing at high cost. So our category is 3, long-term savings. So imagine what you could do with a pool of funds that we have if they're properly invested. Unfortunately, everyone talks about this. That is why our law was amended. The 2.1 million members I talked about are representative of a working sector of about 15, 16 million in the country. The other 14 million are left out. They are working, the informal sector. How are they being helped? And most of them are in the agriculture sector. So how do we help these members, bring them on board? And that's the challenge that has been put to the fund through the amendment in our law. How do we tap into that sector? Because they are the bulk in the economy. And this challenge, of course, is a challenge for the policymakers and for all of us. So the other categories, in the interest of time, I'll skip over these. About 1 trillion with the UDBs. Our category, the 17, which is what I've been speaking about. So I talked about what we are doing around the high innovation project. And what we are doing is really leveraging on partnerships because we can't do it alone. So the idea is, how does the fund, as an example, maintain focus on retirement as a goal, but also help its members focus on the short and medium-term needs? When we conduct surveys, our members tell us their most basic needs are a house, our education, our health cover. Those do not necessarily speak to the retirement and old age, which we are literally forcing them to focus on. So how do we become relevant to our members throughout their life journey? So that's where the partnerships come into play. So if we partnered with an insurance company, for example, we could offer our members medical insurance. So they save with us, but then they're also covered by a health provider. If we found a way of working, maybe with the education ministry, policymakers, we could find something appropriate. Recently, UBRA issued regulations, access using retirement benefits savings as collateral for housing and mortgages. And they said NSSF was also required to avail the same, and we came and said we couldn't, our usual debates. But the reason for that is because we have a law, and in our law, we are restricted from pledging our members' funds as collateral. It's a fact, yeah? So that's why we came in to avail that clarification. Does it mean we are against this? No. The law can be amended. The law can be amended, and the policymakers are working around this. So that is how we think we can be relevant through strategic partnerships. Innovation, I've talked about this, and you've known what we are doing. We are doing some interventions in-house that we are piloting. We pick that out, AgroDesk, because we've identified agriculture as a key area. So we realize that the middlemen create problems for most of our farmers. Yeah? So this is meant to create a value chain where the farmer is linked directly to the supplier. In the process, using digital means, they are able to save automatically with the fund. So that way you help the farmer get access to market, so they get benefit for their goods. And then we also achieve the long-term objective of saving for old age. We are still piloting it. Regulations are always a constraint. So thankfully our law was amended in January. So we can now come up with new products. We are excited about that. But from an innovation perspective, you know how difficult it is. They say the law follows innovation. So we hope that the policymakers can acknowledge this reality and let some of the players explore. So for example, we started on high innovation, had the high innovator products, yeah? So they are the famous sandboxes, a safe space where you can explore and do stuff, you know, without the constraint of regulation. So in partnership with our regulator, we think that would also help us. Thankfully, they've been very supportive, and we think we can spur innovation in this respect. Funding vehicles, I've talked about investing in infrastructure like roads and all that, yeah? So we'd need products like infrastructure bonds. So this is an example that we've used to show the possibility if it happened. Again, mindful of time, the issue here is using our AgroDesk. For example, this is what we are dreaming about, yeah? If you got 3 million smallholder scale farmers, yeah? And you got them to save at least 50,000 shillings per month. And they save for 6 years without touching that money. Remember, we've built the ecosystem for them. We've built the linkage between them and the buyers. We've removed the middleman, and there's that auto saving. So it is possible. So if we did that, in 6 years, they would have around 68 billion shillings. So if we left that untouched, the summary of the table is that within 6 years, you have a pool of about 1.3 trillion from those 3 million small scale farmers. And you're investing this at 7%. That was a rough estimate. Factor in the power of compound interest, because they're not taking the money out, yeah? In how many years? Another 6 years would be at around 4.6 trillion plus the initial investment. You'd have around 12 trillion from that pilot, 12 trillion from the farmers. So we believe it is possible, and we want to push for that. So that is money. Now imagine if this is replicated through our other development partners and colleagues. That is why strategic partnerships are very key for us. So Your Excellency, the President, with a capital P, we think you need to support us with this model, and we know it is not really unique, and it's doable, and we are already piloting it. Yeah. So we faced challenges as a fund. I've talked about the compliance levels, 51%, where we are supposed to, as a fund, we are required to ensure that our employers contribute. So we have cases where about 49% of our employers can't remit contributions. And then guess what? The employees come to us and ask why we are not exercising our mandate. It's like a double-edged sword, yeah? That is a huge challenge. So how are we dealing with this? Sensitization, talking to colleagues like you. That is why this session was so critical for us, because you're our partners and we'll continue to engage you. So you appreciate why. You now know it's about you as a member, it's about your employees, it's about the economy. If that message sinks, then compliance wouldn't be a problem. It wouldn't be a problem, we think. Then, of course, stakeholder engagements. We are very proud partners of ULS for this reason. We partnered with so many partners to ensure that we keep this message going. And then our law allows us to enforce when all fails. When all fails, then we go the hard way. Why? Because there's that member. It's about the member. It's not about the fund. It's not about the fund. So what are we to do, for example, if an employee comes and says, my employer is not remitting my contribution, we then enforce. That's the stake, yeah? And we have the mandate under the law. Fluctuating equity stocks, fluctuating pricing, that happens. I think 2 years ago, we recorded a book loss value of around 400 billion, and the world was up in arms against us. We had lost money. The equities will move up and down. When you get into equities, it's long-term investment, yeah? So that happens, and from a perception or public relations angle, it can be a problem. Real estate has been good for us. Workers' House is almost 100% occupied, plus the other properties we have. We are looking to do very well with the Lubowa sales. We've been receiving so many inquiries. So real estate hasn't been so bad, apart from the challenges I talked about. Fixed income, that is our seller. That's where we make our money. So how do we handle that? Being very strategic in the asset allocation. So of course we are regulated. Our investment policy is approved by is in line with the guidelines of the regulator. And we have a very, very good team in our investments. That's why we've been giving you good returns. We have real estate, I told you, for its 70% allocation is our biggest headache. So some of you represent some of the claimants on that land. So we are always struggling with this. Pension towers that you've seen was, when was it initiated? 2004? 2004. This is 2022. How many years later? 2004, about 18 years later. That project is not complete. Why? Because for the first 10 or so years, we were embroiled in claims and investigations and litigation. That's what happens with real estate. We've not Temangalo, we're just starting on the implementation. When was Temangalo bought? Almost all of us here were not at the fund. So many years ago, we are just starting on the implementation. Lubowa, you will see, or you have seen that satellite project up there, embroiled in litigation, very, very serious problems there. So we'll be looking at it now from an economic development perspective, because it's members' money that's tied up in there. The longer you take to invest, the longer it takes to get your return. That's what it is. That's what you're denying members. So we have a serious challenge there. So what do we do? Of course, if it's litigation, we take it on and go all the way. The other day, you must have seen the success with Alcon, Workers' House, and we've been blessed because I think facts speak for themselves, yeah? But before getting any new projects on board, we ensure that we conduct thorough due diligences. Unfortunately, this hasn't saved us in some incidents because still the claimants will come. So I think, colleagues, you can see why we would want to shy away from that sector. It is problematic, and yet it's the most visible. It's what shows that we are working. So we have a problem there. And products, like I told you, our members are asking us for housing, they're asking us for medical health cover, they're asking us for education. Our hands have been tied. We haven't been able to avail this, but with the amendment in the law, you are going to see initiatives around this area in the next 1 or so years. So we're excited about this. Clarion call to you, my colleagues, a reminder about the provision in the law. You are our members, existing and potential. We will meet you when we start the process of applying for our certificates, Jan or so. We would wish that by that time you're compliant. Please come register. We have our colleagues outside there. You'll see the table with NSSF. They are ready to register you. The earlier you do it, the better. Don't feel compelled because it's a legal requirement. Do it because the reality is 62 for men, 63 for women. Tomorrow you will leave. The average is 70, 80. I think that's the reality. You need to plan for your tomorrow. You need to look out for your employees, honestly. They put in so much for you, and we need it for our country. So I thank you very much. If there are any questions, queries, I am available. My team is available, and the desk out there is manned by very competent colleagues who will respond to your queries. Thank you so much. I wish you a good afternoon.
Another hand clap for Agnes, please. And Agnes, I'm coming to see you. I have some ideas on things that we can be able to do together. Some very interesting statistics, though, that are a bit shocking. You know, when you think about some of this stuff, it makes you realize just how, I don't want to say small we are as a country, and yet it sort of gives you perspective. I mean, 2 million members, 1 million active, only 400,000 consistent in a country of almost, we're not too far from 50 million now. I think it's staggering when you consider the fact that our average age is now still about 17 years old. And that means that as we talk about our theme in terms of exploring opportunities, Honorable Minister, we have an opportunity to do something for this country. Not for our generation, but for the generation to come. And hearing things like this just makes me think that all the brains gathered in this room because they are the smartest, you had to have a to be a lawyer, right? So essentially, you guys are, yeah, among the, okay, even some of us had A's, but we didn't do law, but yeah. You guys are the brightest people, literally, on this very good patch of earth that God has blessed us on. And I think there has to be a discussion around what we can do with your brains beyond making a lot of money for yourselves, to think about what we do for the next generation. That said, I just had one question for you, Agnes. So I'm not 45 yet, not for another year and a half or so, but I want my money. I could do with it, to be honest. I'm tired of being just by lawyers. True story. But my small toe has no nail. Does that qualify me as disabled? Yeah, just because because in terms of disability, the very small toe, there's no nail on it. Am I able to use that as disability to claim my money? No. Incapacity, yes. It does. I'm not. You see, I'm supposed to be emceeing, but I can't walk straight because I need a good lawyer. That's a very good point, Madam President. I do need a very good lawyer. Let's go to our next session. So we're going to have 2 quick panels back to back before we break for lunch. And we are trying to redeem the time. The first one is on the African Continental Free Trade Agreement and what opportunities that provides for the legal profession. And this is going to be moderated by Mr. Stephen Asimwe, who is Executive Director at Private Sector Foundation Uganda, and I'm going to ask him to come and get us started on this session. And he will be joined by 2 panelists, which I think I will let him introduce. I also know, good to see Mr. Daniel Birungi, ED at Uganda Manufacturers Association. If you kindly stand so we can take note of your presence. Thank you so much. I know he's going to be doing one of the sessions as well. So Stephen, if you would please come and handle this session on the AFCFTA and the opportunities that there are for the legal profession. And then after that, we'll have another one on alternative financing opportunities and the role of the legal sector in there before we then break for, oh, he's on moderating. Oh, there was a change. Oh, my bad. I think I have a slightly older program. So, right. So Stephen is now a panelist. You've been upgraded. Okay. So let's have this session on the AFCFTA, and then we'll go on to the alternative financing opportunities after that. Over to you. Thank you.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon yet? Good afternoon, everyone. I know there was a change. The program has Mr. Stephen Asiwe as the moderator. I'll be moderating this session. Unfortunately, Honorable Eli Karuhanga could not make it. Hope to have a great session with the private sector champion. So my name is Ivan Ojakol. I'll be moderating the session. We have all heard about, it's becoming a bit cliched, but still, many people don't know about it. AFCFTA, African Continental Free Trade Area, that came into force in 2019, I think May 30th. African countries signed up to it. I think literally just about every African country has signed up to it right now, except maybe Eritrea. And I think we have over 46 ratifications to date. So there was an announcement in 2021 that we're beginning trade under the African Continental Free Trade Area. But I guess as many things in Africa, it was just, for lack of a better word, to use a colloquial term, wolokoso, because there's really nothing on ground yet. And also that is majorly because there's still so many outstanding things as far as rules of origin are concerned, as far as tariff offers are concerned and tariff concessions, schedule of commitments on trading services is not yet finished. But luckily, I think around February this year at the African Union General Assembly, heads of state mentioned that they had completed up to about approximately 90% as far as rules of origin are concerned. And I think the tariff concessions are still a major debate. So we're not yet there, but hopefully we shall get there. But importantly, in a discussion like this, we cannot be as elitist. There are so many great things, a lot of grandeur, a lot of legalese in all these arguments that lawyers or trade people study. But the real players in the industry, the people on the ground, are the ones who experience trade. When we hear Kenya blocking our goods, it is that farmer, that maize farmer, that sugarcane grower who's feeling the real effects. For you as a lawyer, you'll think about the East African Court of Justice and what have you. But the person who's making the losses is that player. And importantly, Mr. Stephen Asiwe, a distinguished player in the market, a person of over 30 years experience, currently executive director of the Private Sector Foundation Uganda, and I think formerly director, was it policy and research? Something like that. So he knows the market and he's there. But also importantly, in this discussion, it's going to be a conversation. I'm sort of going to take on the role of, if we were to use our politics, opposition, and he's going to be the government. So if I put him on the spot, he'll forgive me on some things. But it is not just a discussion on opportunities for lawyers. He's also sort of giving us a foundational basis of what the AFCFTA is about, what PSFU is about, and what PSFU is doing as far as the AFCFTA is concerned. So, Mr. Stephen Asiwe, welcome, and I'm happy to have a conversation with you. Tell us about PSFU, just a background, because I'm sure many people do not even know what that is about.
Thank you, Bwana Mkubwa. Good afternoon, everybody. First of all, I would like to thank the lawyers in the House for giving us a great topic. I think it's pertinent that we discuss business fundamentally and, of course, the opportunities that come. I'm not a lawyer myself. I just enjoy legal services. I'd like to thank the president, my sister Fiona, for a fantastic conference. The last time I was in a group of lawyers was I visited a law firm in the UK. And it had 800 lawyers in one building. And I was like, whoa, this is serious. Eh? Having said that, I'm here to represent my chairman, who couldn't make it, Honorable Eli Karuhanga, who's part of your constituency. I'll be quick because of time, and I really want to move into basic opportunities, but just a quick background of PSFU. PSFU is a private sector foundation of Uganda. We are an apex body of private sector business associations, about 300 of them. Some are very large, others are small. We represent manufacturers, and Mr. Birungi is here, agriculture, agribusiness and forestry, trade and export, oil, gas, minerals and extractives, ICT, tourism and hospitality, professional services where the lawyers fall, financial services, so banks, insurance companies, and all these financial companies. We represent health, private health practitioners, hospitals, pharmaceuticals, education, so the whole consortium of universities, secondary schools, primary, which are private sector. We have a big consortium of construction and real estate players. And recently we started a new one, the creative space. So people in music, drama, events management, the whole creative space are now members of PSFU. And we do 4 things. Our mandate is fourfold. The first is policy and advocacy. So we do a lot of work with government, we exchange a lot of time with the parliament, the legislature. We do work with the judiciary, especially on business laws. We also help with business development services. And I must say that about last year, about this time, we signed an MOU with the Uganda Law Society, with Fiona, in which we said we shall collaborate in a whole vast sphere of areas where the legal profession would help us. We also are involved in skills and capacity building, especially for entry level, helping people in startups, prepare them for business management. We work with a lot of schools, technical institutions, etc. And fourthly, and very importantly, we are involved in a lot of partnerships. So World Bank, the EU, government, and other private sector players within that context. Now, quickly, as far as the SCFTA is concerned, I think there was a rich introduction earlier by the various speakers here. But just to put again in context and for the record, we've just passed the 1 billion mark as a population. And Africa is the fastest and one of the biggest emerging regions. Uganda is a member of the East African community, which is the best so far, and it's the most robust regional grouping. You have ECOWAS in West Africa, Maghreb states up north. You have the bigger COMESA where we are part, but you have SADC, and then the Central African states. What has emerged in the last 25 years is that the East African community has proven that integration is a fantastic idea. About 20 years ago, I used to work with the New Vision, and an opportunity came. The East African community was ratified, and I said, why don't I start a regional media facility that would really speak into opportunities? And I will tell you that at that time, around 2000 and about the close of the century, 2000 thereabouts, if you drove to the border of Kenya at Malaba or Busia, or if you went through Mutukula, or if you went through Katuna, you'd have to be at the border crossing before 7 o'clock. And that was a hindrance. So people could not move that easily. Fast forward, because of the intervention of the East African community, the heads of states, the East African Legislative Assembly, now you have a 24-hour border crossing anytime, any day, as long as it's the legitimate crossing area. But further to that, because of the ESC, now we have something called the OSBP, the one-stop border post. So essentially, it means that if you spent an hour at the border, all you needed to do right now is basically to go to the border crossing of Kenya, and you crossed once. You didn't have to use, a travel document to cross both places. Now, that ease of movement suddenly changed the dynamics of doing business. And so there are so many benefits that the East African community has given us. Now we have one passport. It took me 3 months to open a bank account in Dar es Salaam in 2003. 10 years later, I did it in 15 minutes because of the ease of movement, the technology, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So the SCFTA is basically premised on ensuring that we have a faster, easier, better, and integrated trading system with each other. And it's so interesting because the countries that have been part of a robust regional groupings are the ones which are trading faster and better. And so the framers of the ACFTA, the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, basically dreamt of a continent that didn't have borders, that didn't have trade barriers, that made the movement of goods and services easier. But more importantly, it helps the African people to grow and thrive. Now, again, I don't want to go into the details of all the protocols and whatever, it has all been said, but I'll just give you context to our experience as PSFU. In the last 7 months, the PSFU has been very, very deliberate. We've been to Tanzania, we've been to Burundi, we've been to South Sudan, we've been to the DRC, we've been to Kenya, and I'll share with you some very, very interesting opportunities. We were in the DRC about 2 months ago, and we thank government for giving us a fantastic airline, its challenges notwithstanding. We have 5 flights a week to Kinshasa. Kinshasa is about 2 hours flight from here. We land into Kinshasa, and I can tell you, sometimes if you fly to some countries, you thank God that there are some good things that are happening in your country. From the time we left the plane, through immigration, through customs, and now they have the Ministry of Health. It was some little experience and a shot in hell. They're asking for money, they are asking for kitu kidogo, pako katono. I mean, it's just terrible because they operate in another immigration sphere. And I want to thank the Right Honorable Kadaga, who traveled with us as head of delegation, because we were able to, for instance, invoke some of the protocols of the ACFTA to remove some of these barriers. But I can tell you, getting into Kinshasa as PSFU, we literally walked through the supermarkets, we walked through the shops, we went through the marketplaces, and there are vast and huge opportunities. So I'm speaking to lawyers, both in the context of their professional side of things, but I'm also saying as individuals, there's a very good business opportunity in that country and the countries around us. So what were we able to see? A kilo of beef in Kinshasa is going for 80,000 shillings. Now, I stay in Bunga, and my local market here, a kilo of beef is going at 14,000 shillings. When we inquired about where the beef was coming from, guess what? It was coming from Sao Paulo in Brazil. We went through another section of a supermarket, and nice gizzards on display, cold storage facility. Where are these gizzards from? They are from Turkey. We went through another section. Where is this stuff from? Argentina. Went through a supermarket, you know, in the large areas of the sales area. Water, H2O, bottled water, this from Italy. So literally the entire country, with its over $70 billion GDP, is importing everything we produce here. Our biggest challenge is the protocols. So what am I saying? I'm saying that as lawyers, we needed to have gone with this. We should have gone with a plain load of lawyers because there's so much to negotiate for. So much to negotiate for, both in terms of selfish side of things, but also for self-interest. The people in Kinshasa are now operating on some French law. And I'm thankful to Right Honorable Kadaga because they are now trying to integrate their legal system with ours of the East African community. Huge opportunities, massive. DRC is an extractive country. It's got 1.8 million square kilometers of arable land. We flew over that country and literally flew over forest for almost 1.5 hours. You fly over forest, water, forest, water, forest, water. Massive. Same with South Sudan. I mean, it's incredible how much wealth is surrounding us as a country. So therefore, and maybe just before I go into the next step, the foreign companies are just taking advantage of everything there. I mean, we went to Goma after that, and we were able to see trays of eggs. And I would ask, casually, how much is an egg? It's 2,000 shillings, Uganda shillings, which is more than $1. I mean, it's just a kind of opportunity. So what we are doing is bringing together a consortium of all the business players under the PSFU and suggesting that let us start getting into these countries. And so even from a practical point of view, Uganda has set up a plan to build 3 roads, one from Bunagana to Goma, it's about 90 kilometers, another one from Mpondwe to Beni, another one from Goli in Nebi to a place called Bunia. Again, to take advantage of the sphere of opportunities. Now, you may have seen the slide from the State Minister of Trade, Honorable Bahati. Already, even without any protocols, Uganda is trading over $700 billion with the DRC. From the assessment we made, and if they can fix all those roads, and there's now a request for flights to Lubumbashi, to Kisangani, to Bukavu, easily we could make $3 billion. And guess what, my brother? In the border place where we were, we went to a restaurant and these guys were taking Nido milk from Switzerland, from Nestle. And yet we have hundreds of tons of Lato milk from Fresh Dairies and all these Pearl Dairies here. So basically, the SCFTA is speaking about opportunities. Now, these opportunities need to be facilitated. And the facilitation I'm talking here is going to be the need for the legal fraternity to be part and parcel of this discussion. Number one, we need to work very closely with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs so that we can do this, what they call the Joint Permanent Commissions, the JPCs, to be able to craft and put in place enabling laws and instruments that will facilitate this fantastic trade. They've told you we are already trading about $3.4 trillion, with outside countries. And all of this can be harnessed. So we're now talking about opening doors and opportunities for our manufacturing. We're looking at, again, working with the legal fraternity, if we can establish export processing zones and free zones along the almost 900 kilometers of stretch between our 2 borders with DRC, and by extension, that means Rwanda, another 600 kilometers with Tanzania, and about 800 kilometers with Kenya, so that we do serious and brisk business. Already, the population of, before DRC joined, were about 177 million people. DRC has emerged as the 4th largest country in population, and it's an extractive country. Gold, they talked about lithium, they have diamonds, they have coltan. I mean, these guys spend dollars. If you enter any shop, hotel, restaurant, etc., the money you spend is either francs or dollars. So easily we have very good partners in our side. And therefore we need to create good instruments, good laws that will help to facilitate this trade, rewriting constitutions, helping some of these neighboring countries fit in within the this opportunity base. The same will go for South Sudan, where we are already doing, again, for example, we do almost 50 trucks a day, 26 coming from Kampala alone, all of them heading into South Sudan. And you notice that there is really no representation. There are about 1 million Ugandans doing business, most of them informal, no legal papers, no help. So we need help in South Sudan, in Juba, if people can set up legal companies, especially to facilitate on the side of immigration, interpret laws. There are a lot of French and Belgian companies on the other side. They would like to do business with us. So clearly we need to move with lawyers every time we are going to do business to help to facilitate this discussion, helping us to write MOUs, trade disputes. There's so much that is really needed. And many people fear, of course, to have access. So what I'm saying is basically that ULS is a member of the Private Sector Foundation. We need to work and collaborate with you. We want to introduce you to business players, but also to get lawyers on the other side to come and do business with us. And so we shall set aside some collaborations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Simba, for that very erudite presentation. However, I want to pick up on a couple of things. You mentioned protocols. As far as I'm concerned, I think I'm quite knowledgeable about the area, and I know the protocols are actually there. But many times, for example, from experience, the politics comes in the way. In this way, for example, a trader has a dispute. His milk, whatever, has been blocked from going to Kenya. He comes to you. But however, through their lobbying groups, especially PSFU, CASITA, they've talked to the minister, they've talked to some PS, and the PS has said, we're going to sort this out bilaterally. Of course, that never comes to pass. So remember, there's a time limit, for example, at the East African Court of Justice of 2 months, 60 days. So before you know it, there's no cause of action. You cannot file a case at the East African Court of Justice. Yet that court is actually giving remedies and is even giving damages and compensation for players, for traders now. So there's that. The protocols, yes, are not perfect. For example, we don't have a trade remedies legal regime, but there are still mechanisms through which people can get justice. And that is a big problem. But you also picked up on the point of capacity building. Capacity building also comes, as far as I'm concerned, through government. For example, how much information, trade information is there on the website of the Ministry of Trade? If I was advising a client on a certain protocol and I went to the Ministry of Trade, I'm looking for a repository of laws, where do I find that? Unfortunately, in Uganda right now, there's nothing like that. Where is Uganda's AFCFTA strategy? 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, Kenya released an AFCFTA strategy. Their offensive and defensive interests, what they are going to base on, what are the priority areas. We don't have anything yet. So as a result of that, there's a lapse in information, there's a lack of knowledge, and ignorance is perpetuated in the area. And you keep on thinking, okay, that is a very elitist thing. There's nothing like that. Yet so many things have happened. For example, there was MC12. I don't know if you went for the Ministerial Conference 12 in Geneva. We don't know what did Uganda discuss there. There's no information coming through. So that's another problem. There's just a lack of information in the trade space as far as that is concerned. But importantly, I'll be interested in knowing what capacity building mechanisms have you put in place as ministry, as PSFU, or even government by extension, to help develop the trade capacity or international or practitioners in the area?
No, that's a very good question. First of all, one of the things you notice, especially in Uganda, is that we have a tendency or a culture of working in silos, and that's unfortunate. So when we started, when the SCFTA program was launched, I mentioned earlier that we've done a lot of partnerships. So we partnered with the UNDP, and UNDP has been a very strong champion of this SCFTA effort. We identified 250 export-ready companies, especially SMEs, because it's a lot of the SMEs that work, but also working with our partners in the private sector. You know, the UMA, Federation of Exporters. We have a big consortium of agriculture people, and we decided that for the first time, let us break these silos and start moving in a unitary system. So we identified the partners. Number one, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, because they are the ones with especially, we're looking at the region first. Before you go to Nigeria or Egypt, first handle your immediate neighbors, where the lowest hanging fruit are. So we looked at Ministry of Foreign Affairs, we looked at Ministry of Trade, we looked at Ministry of East African Community Affairs, looked at transport, which is a big facilitator, looking at agriculture, ICT, and we came together under a president's office, and we set up something called the Presidential Advisory Committee on Industry, Trade, and Export. And basically, we decided to say, how much do people know about the SCFTA, and what sort of opportunities can they identify, and how can they get there? Now, business is not a monologue. You have to talk about different people. You have to talk about products, standards, transport and logistics. You need to look at the financial services, money transfer, requirements, etc., etc., etc. So we put together a working paper, and of course the Ministry of Trade was the lead in this one. But you know, sometimes governments anywhere in the world are bogged down by bureaucracy. So we have taken the lead in this as a consortium, and we are. If you come to our website, you have that information. And now every time we come together. We basically compare notes on how we could do this. So for instance, the Export Promotions Board has a website which has a lot of information that is put there. But secondly, we have decided to change the way we do business. I'll give you an example. I was in Dar es Salaam about March, and I went through our High Commission in Dar es Salaam. I heard that the president of Tanzania was visiting Uganda, and I asked for her itinerary. And they said, oh, she was coming, she was going to meet the president, foreign affairs, and visit 2 places of, factories. So we said, fine, if you're going to visit 2 factories, you visit 1, but give us a half day and we have a business summit. We just want 4 hours and you meet our business people. So long story short, President Suluhu arrives in Uganda. We talk to Ministry of Foreign Affairs. They cut for us a chunk of our 4-hour itinerary. And we brought together all the top business people, manufacturers, traders, etc. And we had problems that had been lingering in Ministry of Foreign Affairs for a long time. One of the issues was that our trucks were being charged $520 every time they entered Tanzania space. Number 2, Tanzania had been blocking a lot of our exports, our poultry, our dairy, our beef, and yet now we are net importers of Tanzanian rice, etc., etc. So anyway, we put together a laundry list of challenges we had with the country. The president was gracious enough to meet us, and in 4 hours, we knocked off the problem of logistics. We knocked off new and expanded exports of our sugar from our manufacturers. We're able to get poles in there. We're able to remove non-tariff barriers. As we speak today, Tanzania has expanded its consortium on travel, especially on logistics. And now Tanzania Railways Corporation, Tanzania Ports Authority, and Tanzania Railway Authority have offices in Kampala that are facilitating our transport from the port of Dar es Salaam. In the next couple of weeks, a container will be able to get to Dar es Salaam port and be here in Port Bell in less than 80 hours. That is the power of coming together. And I remember we worked closely with the lawyers in this place. Of course, our chairman is the lawyer. And now our lawyers are beginning to talk with theirs. And these are the kind of things, these conversations we want you here, the legal brains in this house, to come and we come together. And remember that ULS is a member of PSFU to add value and to be able to help. Recently, and I'll be quick on this one, the president of Somalia was coming. We told the president, we went, through our ministry and our lobby groups, that we want the president to come with business people. And true to the fact, the president flew here about 2 weeks ago, I think you remember, in this very place. He came with 150 business people and we were able to engage. So quickly, the removal of silos, coming together and creating a common strategy for our business is going to be the hallmark of PSFU. And would like to invite you as ULS, as lawyers, that there are lawyers who want to speak with our lawyers on this side, so that they are able then to unlock some of those hurdles, those bottlenecks, those hiccups that are hitting us, what we call non-tariff barriers in the business language, to be able to frame all of that. But secondly, this arbitration, which is going to be it's a critical mandate of the SCFTA, is largely a legal intervention. And unfortunately, our trade people have not yet ratified. All our neighbors have done it. The private sector has moved very far, but we need an enabling instrument. And the earlier we do it, the better. And that's why we need to have this conversation with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Speaking of arbitration, I think you're referring to the dispute resolution mechanism at the FCFT. Unfortunately, again, the politics is international trade instruments are as much political as they are legal. So for some reason, we borrowed copy and paste from the World Trade Organization, and it is only a state that can take on a fellow state, as opposed to the bespoke trade resolution, dispute resolution mechanism that we have at the ESCJ, where an individual, or not even a citizen of East Africa, but a resident can take on any organ of a partner state, which is really, really unique. So thankfully, the AFCFTA recognizes the REX like the East African community as a building block, and whatever has been achieved thereender can continue as it is. Of course, question is when it comes to the reality and practicality of the ground eventually. For example, if it's where if you want to file a suit, if there's a trade grievance and you want to file a suit, where does the trader go? Does it go to the AFCFT or does it go here? But I think because we have the AFCJ already doing a good job as far as allowing individuals to take on states, I think that will continue. Importantly, you mentioned something called capacity building. We're going to have a question and answer session briefly after this. So I'll encourage whoever has a question about the AFCFTA or for the executive director to please, she'll take about 3 questions. As far as capacity building is concerned, I'll encourage lawyers to look for more knowledge. There's so many short courses that have come up. For example, there's an organization called TRALAC, Trade Law Center. If you're patient like me, you can go and do a master's degree. There's one under TRAPCA. TRAPCA is affiliated to Lund University. I can see my OP there, the executive director of Uganda Manufacturing Association. It's a good MSc. You can do good LLMs in South Africa. University of Western Cape, University of Pretoria, etc. Because I mean, it is a training subject, and it's easy for lawyers to transition into international trade because it's a multidisciplinary subject. There's something about procurement, if it's telecommunications, etc., especially trading services. So I'd encourage you to look for those opportunities and develop your knowledge in the area. So at this juncture, if you have any questions concerning the topic, please, we shall take about 2 questions, 2 or 3.
Thank you. If there are any questions, just please kindly put up your hand and I will bring the microphone to you so we can be able to get those answered before we break for our meal. So if there are any questions, let's hear them. If not, we can, of course, continue to engage even over lunch with Stephen over the lunch break. So any questions that need to be asked? All right. Oh, there's one over here. I'll come to you.
That elaborate analysis. In your discussion, my name is Joseph Okiror. While you're discussing the subject, you talked about even the challenges within the East African community in terms of dispute settlement between states on issues related to restrictive trade or what you call in business language, non-tariff barriers. As we've seen, there are a number of, and you rightly said, we have a number of protocols and regional instruments that are currently existing, governing trade in the region, in Africa, and in the world. So my concern is, why is it so difficult? For example, the WTO has a dispute settlement mechanism. But you also realize that most African countries actually don't take their disputes to WTO section that settles trade disputes. Very few African countries, if you checked, most of the people who go there, the developed nations are the ones who file their disputes. Why is it difficult for Uganda, for the East African community to lodge some of these barriers, these violations that are clearly set out in the international instruments? What is the challenge with the East African community? What is the challenge with Africa? Why is it that we don't take our disputes to that body which already is provided in the international law? That's what I would like to.
Thank you very much. We'll take one more here and then.
Thank you so much, presenter, for your presentation. My question is, besides leaving the lobbying to non-state actors like CIATIN, as a PSFU, what are you doing to address issues of non-tariff barriers in terms of increasing access to the regional markets? the gender issues that come with them, with these restrictions, a lot of standardization that does not meet the criteria across board within the East African community. And also we've seen issues of the bars, non-tariff bars like Ugandan maize into Kenyan market, and a lot of maize went rotting in the silos, and then the silos are not also governed by government. What are you doing about storage of this excess production as it goes into the market? The other thing, are you strategizing about curriculum reviews? I come from the academic background, and a lot of these things are spoken about in conferences. Trade, we've not taken trade in terms of access to markets and the WTO framework within our curriculum. Why don't we consider reviewing the curriculum and studying trade becomes part and parcel of the training, irrespective of the course people are doing? Because if we are talking about services, the services are consumed across board. Thank you.
Well, my panelists has asked me to have a go at the first question. Well, I honestly have no answer, and I've read many trade scholars who are just, I don't know, dumbfounded by the fact that Africa cannot take advantage of that. I think I've read some literature somewhere, and there's a scholar who argues that because of the culture of Africans of solving disputes amicably through matoput and what have you, we just do not want to take on each other. Remember, it's so many ramifications, bilateral relations, what have you. So there's the explanation on it, because the mechanism is there, it actually works and could help in very many ways. The same thing here at the East African community. You've never seen Uganda versus Rwanda. You've never seen Uganda versus Burundi. You've never seen Uganda versus Tanzania. But you'll see Ivan Ojakol versus Republic of Kenya or Attorney General of Kenya, something like that. For some reason, the politics, like I said, international trade is as much political as it is legal and economic. You must always bear that in mind. If you look at the language of the FCHA, for example, it's very interesting language: progressive liberalization, cooperation on intellectual property. So it is deliberate. They do not say we must have the same intellectual property standards. No, they deliberately use certain language. So international trade is as much political, and we cannot run away from that, especially here in Africa. So I think that is the answer. I don't know if Chair, Executive Director has any other answer. That's the answer.
Thank you. I'll attempt to be practical. I mean, I've been to the WTO in my other world, and I was very disappointed with Africa and actually embarrassed. I'll give you an example. In Geneva at the WTO, we have under the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, we have an office that is manned by 3 people. So you enter this huge hall on a trade dispute. Sugar, I remember that time, it was about 2003 to 2002. There was a big issue on sugar. Back then, before sugar was it's no longer a big deal. It was a big deal. I mean, Brazil was the big boy in town. So very quickly, the Ugandan guy with a big folder like this enters the hall, and another 2 guys from Tanzania. Kenya had slightly more, like 6. The Americans came in 3 planes. 3/4 of them were lawyers. And I'm told they were flying from the West Coast, coming to Geneva. And on that plane, it was a dedicated chartered plane with lawyers discussing the next move. So when they come in, the Chinese have come with an equally big number. And Ugandans are like people spectating the table tennis. You see the Chinese talking, the Americans, the Chinese, they talk. I was like, guys, this is not good. But under SCFTA, I'm thinking that one day we shall also jump into these large planes of ours and speak with one voice and take on these Americans and Chinese. That's my practical thinking. But having said that, I think we have a very small voice in some of these places, and I'll limit myself to what is practical and what we've done. Now, for starters, PSFU, Chamber, Manufacturers Association, and all these business associations meet under the umbrella body of the East African Business Council. The East African Business Council is the apex body of private sector players that come together to discuss some of these challenges. And what has happened in the last 1 year is the fact that we have pushed for a position where before any summit takes place, we have a private sector position. So we meet in every member state. In March, we met in Nairobi. Recently, they met in Arusha. And before the heads of state meet, we give them a private sector position. So for us, that is our nearest close relationship with having an arbitration area. And basically in that meeting, we basically table our challenges and what we think are going to be solutions. We put in our complaints. We thank the president for some of these enabling environments. But most importantly, we point out the violations and those barriers. We really, really discuss NTBs. Of course, for most of the time, we are also accusing each other. You're not buying, you're not selling, etc. And so that for me is one of the ways. But again, if you come to Arusha, the way the structure is, you have IALA on this side, the East African Legislative Assembly, you have the Secretariat, the ESC, and then all these other players. And of course, it's a place where you lobby. We have the East African Law Society. And of course, I know that ULS engages. But let me use this stance and time to suggest that moving forward, we really, really want to work with you. We want to engage with you. You're the legal brains. You have the capacities. You know the knowledge. You know the landscape. We have products. If we put together our minds, I think we can actually have a very serious engagement. And so even to the point of what my brother asked, things like curriculum reviews, gender issues. Now, in the course of the East African community, which I'm more familiar with, one of the things that came out strongly was the fact that our standards bureaus need to talk to each other. And that's another day-long seminar we can talk about. But now what we have underlined is the fact that we need to have East African accepted standards for everything, you know, for water, for food, for whatever. And in that respect, and I want to thank the Uganda Law Society, during the crisis we had last year on the maize issue, ULS came out very, very strongly, and they were able to help put up a fight against some of these things, and they formed the basis for the discussion when we had a joint permanent commission with the government of Kenya. It's still a struggle, but from the experience we are getting, the EABC is becoming firmly entrenched. And thankfully, this time, the current Secretary General at the ESC is a former CEO of the East African Business Council. So he's been pushing and helping to grow some of the frameworks that are there. I think that's what I can say for now.
Yeah, just before we wrap up, just watch out for a good one. South Africa versus the EU on a citrus ban at the World Trade Organization. South Africa filed it just last week. Very good one coming up. So without much ado, I will wrap up by saying that just last year, towards the end of last year, those who are members of International Bar Association, we at the IBA Africa Regional Forum hosted a series of webinars, masterclasses of the AFCFTA. You do not need to go to international trade class. Just go to the IBA if you're a member and watch all those webinars on all the protocols. That is it. You'll become an expert on the AFCFTA after.
Let me just add quickly in 1 second that we'll be conducting a series of trainings. We're working with the UNDP. We're working on something for the export readiness under ACFTA. We'll be having different areas, ICT, transport, logistics, but we'll create something on the legal framework where we want to partner with you. And secondly, if you have any question, information you want, please come to PSFE Nakasero. We'll be available to serve you and to give you any direction on what you'd like to know or to have. Thank you.
And as far as those webinars, the ABA webinars are concerned, something came out that was really damning. Those trade experts told us we handle international trade consultations, big transactions, but lawyers are rarely seen. And I remember the same thing, one of my master's classes, one of my lecturers told me the same thing. He's not a lawyer, says these transactions are here that need lawyers, but we never see lawyers on international trade deals. So that is something that you should think about. There's a lot of opportunity. Please go out there and equip yourself and get ready for the AFCFTA. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Stephen Asimwe. I hope this has been a very fruitful session. I hand over to the moderate MC.
Thank you very much, Ivan. Let's give Ivan and Stephen a very big hand clap. And to our audience, of course, online, there's a lot more people online than there are here at Speak Resort Munyonyo. We know that you're with us. We are going to eat lunch on your behalf. Maybe you can take a screenshot and share what you're having for lunch with us in the chat. But also, if you have any questions about any of the sessions, please do post them in the chat, and then we'll make sure that the answers for those come to you. So any questions that you might have, please do ask us, and we'll make sure that those get to you immediately. So what we are going to do is we're going to break for lunch. You'll pick a coupon on your way out of the room, and then you go to the tent. It's just down the stairs to the right. You'll be able to access a wonderful meal there. It's now coming to 2. The idea is that we'll try and keep our lunch to maybe about 40 minutes if we can, and then come back. When we come back in the afternoon, we are changing the program a little bit to redeem the time. Because we want to be able to play a little as well at the end with a wonderful cocktail that has been put together for you. So what we're going to do is try and shrink the program in the afternoon a little bit to make sure it still fits within 2 hours. And we'll have our session after lunch on alternative financing opportunities that will be done as a breakaway session, as well as one on oil and gas, and then one for ICT as well. We also have a breakout session on positioning Uganda as an attractive regional ADR seat, and climate change, of course, is another big one, and then the tax regime. But we'll go to each of those sessions when we come back after lunch. So after lunch, we'll come back here and then break out into the different individual sessions. We'll tell you where you can be able to go for each of them, depending on what you're interested in. So let's break for lunch as we do. Just wanted to recognize some of our past presidents with us today. Past President Bruce Cherere, if you could kindly just stand so we can take note of your presence. Good to see you, sir. Thank you so much. Past President Professor Sempewa with us as well. There you are, sir. Good to see you. Thank you so much for being with us. Honorable Minister, you've come at the right time as we prepare to have our lunch. And I know you've been doing a lot of interviews with the media, so you must have gotten a little bit hungry along the way. So we're going to break for lunch. We'll do, can I suggest that we try and aim for 40 minutes? That means that we are aiming to be back in the room at about 2:40 at the latest. That gives us enough time to be able to do our breakout sessions between 3 and 5, and then have a cocktail. So as you go out, I'll ask an usher to come and help guide our chief guest to where he can be able to go and pick a meal from. And then for the rest of us, as you go out, you will receive a coupon, and then you're able to go and enjoy a wonderful meal. And then we'll be back in the room at 2:40. And then for those joining us online, our next sessions, we are aiming to try and start at 2:45 if we can. So we'll then have our breakout sessions after lunch. Otherwise, thank you very much. I hope you're enjoying it so far. Don't forget to tweet if you can. LC 2022 is the hashtag. And of course, we have free internet in the building that you can be able to enjoy, courtesy of our very good friends, Sprint UG. So thank you very much. Let's enjoy the lunch. Bon appetit. We'll see you after lunch.
The world is changing, so must we. At NSSF, we believe in creating value for our members. That's why we are investing in innovative solutions to simplify your life. This time, we're putting value in your pocket with the new NSSF Smart Card, so you can do more. It is your NSSF account, your bank, and your loyalty benefits, all 3 in one card. You can get paid your benefits easily, remit your contributions, get loyalty and exclusive deals when you make transactions. Make online transactions, pay bills, and much more, all in one card. The new NSSF card is not just a card, it's more. It's a card that lets you do more. Apply for the NSSF Smart Card today at NSSF Workers House or any Centenary Bank branch nearest to you, or visit www.nsfug.org/smartcard. All card transactions are debited to direct card deposits. Terms and conditions apply.
NSSF, a better life.
It's time to break new ground, to get up and be counted.
Our key learnings from the High Innovator for me basically was the financial models and how you're able to structure and track all of your finances, your expenses and all of that.
We have been in position to improve on our financial booking records. We know exactly how much we are earning every day.
Basically, what we've learned, the business model. Before we were just doing business as usual.
Level up. Take your business to the next level. Sign up for the online NSSF High Innovator Business Academy. Visit www.highinnovatorbusinessacademy.nssf.org to upskill yourself and stand a chance to win up to 30,000 USD in seed funding. The High Innovator program is an initiative of NSSF in partnership with MasterCard Foundation, implemented by Outbox.
NSSF, a better life.
Faster, fresher, and better than before. We've given our app a makeover. The new Vision Digital Experience is now the Vision Digital Experience. The future of media is here and it's looking bright. Check out the Vision Digital Experience app to have a feel of the fresh look, faster speed and exciting new TV and radio channels and so much more. Download the app on App Store or Google Play Store now. Vision Digital Experience, the future of media.
Pick it, pack it, share it. The 4G Wakanet MiFi. Pocket it, use it, enjoy it. Visit any MTN service center or Banana Phone World outlets. Get it at 75K. The MTN 4G Pocket MiFi is it.
From the hills, the rocks, and the rivers, the world is designed in utmost beauty. It's from this beauty that we derive inspiration to create. Clay is made by these life interchanges where it gets its soul. Over the years, Uganda Clays Limited has perfected the art of creating firm, smooth, strong, and everlasting tiles. Uganda Clays Limited is a leading manufacturer of quality-backed clay building products in Uganda. It uses state-of-the-art kilns to currently provide the building materials in a brick red color. The company manufactures its products using Italian-made heavy clay processing machinery. Its main business is production and sale of roofing tiles, walling, and other building materials. UCL credits its growth over the years to a strong and dedicated workforce that constitutes the backbone of the company. The Kamonkwali factory is automated with the latest technology of bricklaying, minimizing human error and maintaining consistent production specifications. At Kajansi, the two kilns are powered up by coffee husks, supporting coffee growers. The company sells its products within the East African community. Uganda Clays is always determined to provide the best tile solutions for your construction needs.
Hi, my name is Irene and I come from Uganda. COVID-19 has changed my opportunities, and not because of lack of ability, but because I can't prove who I am. In 2019, I completed my master's degree, and by the time COVID hit in 2020, I was still waiting to receive my certificate and couldn't apply for some jobs. When everything closed, there was no way I could access it, and eventually had to wait over a year to get my certificate. My need is to prove what I have done and what I can do. I am not the only one facing a challenge. When it comes to verification, employers are spending up to $15 per certificate verification and over 240 hours minimum yearly, further heightened by the pandemic. This is why we need Diwala. The Diwala Skill Identity app gives me access to my information and the ability to prove that I should get or create that job I'm looking for. I can finally get digital proof of my identity, my skills, and my experience. Diwala enables institutions to issue secure and verifiable credentials to both individuals and companies. And with Diwala, I can access, request, and share my credentials whether or not I have a smartphone, and employers can verify them in seconds. Now, the best part of these certificates is that they are digitally verifiable. A digital certificate is not like any other certificate. It contains data that can be traced back to its authentic source. In this case, the institution that issued it. It also contains cryptographic signatures that are attached to digital identities visualized by a digitally written signature. When you as an employer, for example, receive this link from a job applicant, you can simply click verify to double check that the hash code this certificate was issued with matches the authentic original code. In the verification list here, you can see what institution issued the certificate, the name of the course, the dates, the signers of the certificates, as well as the person who received it. This process is usually done manually in employment situations and costs many organizations lots of time and resources annually. We at Diwala have shortened this process to a matter of only seconds. In case you have any more inquiries, please do not hesitate to reach out to us through our website, www.diwala.io. With Diwala, you can showcase your digitally verifiable certificate on LinkedIn, where potential employers and investors can verify your skills by a few clicks. You can always find and copy your certificate link from its placement next to the QR code on your certificate itself right here. Paste the link in your post whichever way you choose to share your certificate. We are hungry and agile to make a difference. Join us.
The world is changing, so must we. At NSSF, we believe in creating value for our members. That's why we are investing in innovative solutions to simplify your life. This time, we're putting value in your pocket with the new NSSF Smart Card so you can do more. It is your NSSF account, your bank, and your loyalty benefits, all three in one card. You can get paid your benefits easily, remit your contributions, get loyalty and exclusive deals when you make transactions. Make online transactions, pay bills, and much more, all in one card. The new NSSF card is not just a card, it's more. It's a card that lets you do more. Apply for the NSSF Smart Card today at NSSF Workers House or any Centenary Bank branch nearest to you, or visit www.nsfug.org/smartcard. All card transactions are debited to direct card deposits. Terms and conditions apply. NSSF.
That's the way you are. When you wake up with no makeup, with no breakup, just the way you are. Girl, I need my brother, girl. She beat me, and then she give me love plenty. Ooh, she's all plenty. This other thing, this are no plastic. See, I got big plans for you to be my wife and your husband. She said, what is it you like about me? She said, woman, you're not pretend nothing. I love you just the way you are. You don't have to change, you don't have to do what they say. Just the way you are. If you put on a fun and if you take off a pound, just the way you are. Woman, you wake up with no makeup, with no breakup. Just the way you are, girl. And in my eyes, you're a star, girl. Listen from me, said my girlfriend so classy and with the brains and the body of a champion. Yeah, my miss well, we had a Mr. Man, and she told that and I got that she and say, hey, you better watch TV. In a middle of a beauty queen, say, hey, no man lucky like me. I'm probably calling you my baby. I love you, yes, the way you are. You don't have to change, you don't have to do what things say. on up on and if you take up a cup, just the way you are. Woman, you wake up with no makeup, with no breakup, just the way you are, girl. And in my eyes, you're a star. I love you just the way you are, girl. You don't have to change, you don't have to do what they say, just the way you are, girl. If you put on a bun and if you take up a pound, just the way you are. Woman, you wake up with no makeup, with no breakup, just the way you are, girl. In my eyes, you're a star, girl.
Yeah, great. All of my love is for you. Love how you do what you do. Treat me right, treat me good. Say roof on me, love for your roof. Hey, can't let someone like you go. I want to be wife, you know. There's no black to no other guy. Give me my loving woman in style. I'm there. Tell her you are making everything when me give up him. Man, he put the drum to the bass and him no off the right everything. Man, oh, nobody can, nobody like him. Man, love you, baby, yeah, yeah. Me give all what you need, be comfortable every time we meet. Me give all what you need, real power, apologize. Wait, this all up, this all up, this all up, can I let? No matter what them do, they can't come between this all up, this all up, this all up, can I let? Just be me, my man. Tell like you are making everything when me give up to him, my man. He put the drum to the bass and him no override everything, my man. Oh, nobody can, nobody like him, my man. Love you, baby, yeah, yeah. Oh, baby, my sweet baby. Oh, baby, my sweet baby. Wait. Lord of mercy. See, my heart is feeling, 'cause they're looking for me, and I can hear them screaming. Yeah, said I admit I was there, but didn't mean you should fear. 'Cause when it started to play, I left him there. It was like a gun on my head, killing him slow while I'm second neck. Didn't wanna do it 'cause I know out in the streets they call it harder. By the way, nothing you can do. By the way, nothing you can do. By the way, I'm better than you. That's why I'm wanted. That's why I'm wanted. Say, by the way, nothing you can do. By the way, nothing you can do. By the way, I'm better than you. That's why I'm wanted. That's why I'm wanted. That's why I'm wanted. You got my number, call me. Like I knew something. 'Cause when it started to play and I left, it was feels like a gun on my head, killing him slow while I'm second it. Didn't wanna do it cause I know out in the streets they call me Marsha. By the way, nothing you can do. By the way, nothing you can do. By the way, I'm better than you. That's why I'm wanted. That's why I'm wanted. By the way, nothing you can do. By the way, nothing you can do. By the way, I'm better than you. That's why I'm wanted. That's why I'm wanted. That's why you wanted.
faster, fresher, and better than before.
Practice law the smart way. Save time and money. Experience better client relations and
It's over. I know. But I've attended so many now. I'm okay. What is to understand is the commission the panel is supposed to be the one give that on the points of the
Not really, it will be just a general discussion. It's not
Because I'm saying, what am I supposed to do?
No, you know what, we can't exhaust the thing. I want this to be done in 30 minutes. And we will run on.
Is yours working?
Yeah.
Yes.
So, the guys don't communicate. Hello, are we live? We're live, okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you to this exciting panel around data protection. My name is Silva Kayondo. I'm a partner at Potus Advocates. My core specialty is technology, media, telecoms, and finance. With me here physically, I have two panelists and distinguished colleagues who will introduce themselves at some point. And then online, we have Mr. Abdul Salam Waiswa from the Uganda Communications Commission, who will be joining us later with his live feed. So I think without further ado, we can start with the business, which will be a presentation from Mr. Mark Okring, who's the head legal and compliance at Raxio Data Center. So Mark, it's a privilege to have you. Also with me is Ms. Stella Lubatese, who's the director of our Personal Data Protection Office here in Kampala. We'll be hearing from her also in a short while. So Mark, I think you can start with the presentation, and then I know you're spoiled for time. You might be excusing yourself at some point after a brief interaction. Then I'll remain with Stella and Abdul Salam online. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I am, as introduced, Mark Okring. Just a minute.
You want to use this? Okay. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you to the Uganda Law Society and all the sponsors for having me here. It's an honor and a privilege of mine to be before you. I am extremely humbled. I am Mark Okring. And let's get into it because we seem to be really bad on time. So I start off my presentation at ground level. What is data center? Now, how many of you in the room have actually been to a data center?
Private equity.
Actually, and for the online audience, I probably think there will be a few hands on that. Basically, a data center is the real estate of the fourth industrial revolution. Think of it as rock, where all the data that you have ends up here.
And why is that the case? The case was Uganda
has been connected from time immemorial, and we have means of collecting data. The one you will encounter the most today is an application, like application you have in phone. So this application from you, when you date of birth, your name, your gender, whatever it is, the application gets to you.
And they form that
a server. And a server is placed into a rack, which rack is housed at a data center. So
Uganda
the urge is to occur what a data center is
partnership
it's a controlled environment where the servers that host the applications that you use.
So private equity has expanded into this country.
The very nature of the IT center is to provide
and that also presents
working conditions for these servers.
It's not
the real estate of the fourth industrial revolution has generated.
And also the fact that once the private equity practice or once the private equity
servers and storage appliances, and these servers are housed in a data center. Server looks like, and that's what our work looks like.
So those are the two specific
challenges. An application you're basically using,
domiciliation.
It's basically a means to collect data from you, a physical entity, and have it transferred.
Given the sums of money that come into the country, on an annual basis over the last over 100 million annual basis. The opportunity certainly has not been well
data. These data trends that
we are making a clarion call to the
interesting to note that in the digital economy, the most valuable resource, the most valuable commodity is your data.
Regarding the domiciliation,
your data is literally managed.
And the issues that you raised,
your data is
around the partnership part and the government
to AI.
But I want to hear from Daniel,
scholars
from the consumer side,
behavior.
So
that's why
working with manufacturers
of data
in Uganda,
average
manufacturers by the nature require bytes
of data
very capital intensive perspective. So from where you stand, what do you see as the key issues that relate to our current applications on these concepts?
Thank you, Patrick. You have
the wider issue around
companies need your data to know what kind of adverts to push towards you and develop
the opaqueness
the site and your cookies on the site.
The average manufacturing entity started out as a mom and pop shop,
giving them your data and
the skills to decipher
your data. If I give you $100 to disclose your age, residence, where you stay, your geographical location, in this economy, that seems like a fair trade, yeah?
As such, there's a lot of reliance on external support.
And the one thing with tech is that
but beyond that,
a free application,
one of the other
Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, and the like, these free applications, you actually
will have
your data because at the point of downloading an application, you give the application rights to track things about you, your preferences, the sites you visit. You can go as big as so this data is then taken and sold to companies that place adverts. This data is sold to AI developers. And so you have a beast that can be tamed because there's not enough data. Yeah. It's just unbelievable. It's your diligence to stop. It's you to tell yourself, hey, you know what? I don't want to allow these cookies. Like no websites give you that option. It can't exist, you know, so you get onto a website, surf, you walk again, you words and the first advert on your YouTube page is a hotel. Yes, AI studying you, it's learning your behavior, it's trying to see what kind of stuff you do. So yeah, the most important community in the digital era versus the beast is of extreme companies that need this data for advanced development. And so to use it for behavioral research. As introduced in the previous slide, so 137 countries in the world currently have data protection laws and some form of data protection, you know, regulatory body. This is not for to tame, is to tame. So extraction data, they're trying to put you in a place where
you might ask for data, but have a way to do it. Let's balance the scales. People are human. Simple statistics on the marketing graph. You are monetized, and so these companies need to be trained. I'm not going to regurgitate the act or take you through
I think we recognize the issue of tax laws really, in one or the other. If you look at the tax rates that are in the region and the one that we have, then you would wonder why an investor would want to choose Uganda if there are many other jurisdictions where the tax rates are lower. So it would be one way that limits the influence of some of these investments. But there are more other legal challenges, perhaps, that we could explore.
Thank you, Patrick.
Someone cannot access your information on that. The state works housed in there. It controls the environment, but you cannot access the information. Center cannot see
and tell them the level of risk,
because that travels through a link that is closed off between you, who servers in the data center, the internet service provider, and so the center is really
whether or not the fund
is going on the server, which is entirely on you.
they actually first need to register, because
So I'm going to
get that money, the recovery process can become a bit
policy, contracts, policies, and password security. And then the models. This has to be
so
because the trains are crazy. One thing and the next will be another.
it has been
Things that I have come across as a work, things that were asked by peers that I'm working with, and they go like, what do you think about this? So, it's because of data protection, international security safeguards for.
there is a certain kind of finance that doesn't involve going to the bank.
As two safeguards, there's digital safeguard, we have things like the firewalls, all those passwords, stuff you hear on the daily, is physical access. Physical access gets ignored because many people don't know. You may say, oh, I'm not on the physical access because it's on the cloud. So,
to take your operations from
centers somewhere, and it could be in Amsterdam, it could be up in a data center. Yeah, so a data center is the security game. It is where physical access comes in there. And it is sovereignty keeping the country, so keeping data within the country is collected in. It is such a thing that certain types of data until they're too sensitive to be stored out of the country. So right now, as advocates, these are things you want to start to think about. Start to think about the physical access. This presents a case for data centers. I'm here to share with you experience.
But by and large,
If I have physical access to your rack, to your server, I can shut you down. It's incredibly easy, very easy for me to hack you or go through what processes I need to run. Access when you look out for like where our company servers actually house.
This is what?
If you use cloud storage, yes, cloud servers, but where is the data center?
and when that person comes
You
in,
don't know. If a security breach happened at a data center, and instantly say somebody put something, you wouldn't know. It might be a data center because you wouldn't be able to do anything about it. So the kind of physical access is that companies and advocates should look out for.
Break out from China.
about regulating private leadership.
Transparency. This choosing my experience. Transparency as part of impacting. It's times to an organization and they just tell you, hey, what
Analyze you a bit more. I'd like to
this is where I would do this.
KYC until it works.
Or something like that.
Where it's going to go. But for a very nascent
seen as places prohibitive
or inhibiting.
Standards of data protection and security. Data center is supposed to have at least minimum. If you cannot physically see this person, so really going out and just carry out, what is to say. It's becoming increasingly number one when having conversations with people and people to ask them, actually come and aspect, we can see what levels of security are present at your data center. Security we're looking for as a whole, we're going to look at the perimeter defense, clear zone, reception area, service corridors, data hall, racks or cabinets, and then cabinets called biometrics. Biometrics. These servers are protected by
it's still on appeal. And then the other one, I think they've just stated the other one being very much. So the people that actually put money into this company aren't really getting anything back and are not really seeing the what's that called? The light in the tunnel, that dim light. They're not really seeing the hope that actually is guaranteed over the pandemic. But this person's going to be ordered. That's not as clear as their night. What that does is inhibit other people that could have come or that were on the verge. And therefore, it also just stifles our market here. If you think about how cash structures currently are, and this was one way to really access cash. And now people really think twice before they put money in your company.
They may be talking
So
an hour.
in some ways, it's a good thing that there's no real regulation for privacy and it's purely contract. It's a good thing that then they come in. But because of that, we need an opportunity borrowing, maybe there is an issue there. The other issue has been touched on, and it's on the tax.
This is Mary.
A lot of private equity venture capital impact investors are coming in, particularly the impact investors.
about technology is that we can also publish. As long as you put in some effort, do not be afraid to publish, whether an article, whether a paragraph on data protection. There are a lot of free training courses online. Please make use of them so that you better inform yourselves and build your skills in this area. As indicated by Abdul Salam, this is the way to go. We can no longer go backwards, whether in Uganda, whether regionally. Actually, today when I got in, I met one of the lawyers called Monica. So she said, "Oh, Stella, how are you?" I couldn't remember her face, but she said I had spoken to Era where she used to work about 7 years ago. The reason I think she still remembers my face is because she's following up on issues to do with privacy. This is a Ugandan lawyer who moved to Kenya and is thriving. And she was telling me, actually, I'm doing a lot of privacy work. So the work is available, and let's broaden our horizons beyond legal opinions, beyond contracts, beyond land transactions. Lawyers are very good at reading and writing. You can do policies. There are so many policies that are required in this space. You can be compliance professionals within these organizations. One of the things that these laws bring on board is the need for data protection officers. And young lawyers can get into this space and be the contact people within various organizations. The beauty of it is that you can even do this work remotely. So I'll leave that here. Thank you so much, ULS. I know the president is here. We've been discussing doing a session on data protection. Clearly, we need it so that we have more time to discuss these issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Stella. We are talking about data protection policies. I hope our law firms have some data protection policies, and I hope we are registered with the Data Protection Office, because corporate clients have started asking for these things in the bid documents. So as part of the BD efforts, let's do that. I'm bringing this to a close, but there was a question. True, the law is extraterritorial in effect. It applies even to non-entities that collect and hold data of Ugandans, even when they are abroad. So the framework being nascent, it's anticipated that there will be a lot of mutual recognition agreements and MOUs between the different regulators to bring this with the Extradition Act being an earlier statute to see how some of these gaps are nice. With that said, I thank you so much. You've been great. My panelists have also been great. Everyone has been nice. I thank you all and look forward to seeing you again in the near future.
Are you still with them? Yeah, once I saw they did their done, they are working. Before you question now. Waiting for yes, sure, we did that later. So that's
ladies and gentlemen, I call the place to order that we invite our panelists. Take their seats.
Let me see that. Yeah, I know.
Madam President, for front of the mind.
They're connecting them. It's here. That's connecting you. When you have that chat room, that transparent direction.
So give it a start.
Yeah, give it about 2 minutes. Our panelists can just watch. But yeah, you could also be a limitation. So maybe we need to target young lawyers. So that's very good. Young lawyers. But people with senior minds, like this is not to be able to, and that can if they need that. Well, this is very and your work is right. Obviously, when you tell them, they say we are not good students. It will be I shall bring this picture to you know what I do there. Yeah, I'm told you are, I should read the documents and not from. Then they will ask you, and they will tell you. No, I think some people don't know that. No, they do. Apparently, there's a whole way because of the time. The other room is also. Wait, I'm still going on. No, I was upstairs when it does. The ADR started. Then the ADR guys announced this. That's why it came down. Yes, but then there's also climate change. Of course, they are finished. No.
Is that where everyone is?
A lot of. So that has.
Just because of the droughts that we've experienced, that suddenly we are interested in climate change.
I think maybe the COP27.
Okay.
But you go Nigerian people. But I'm looking for it.
Actually, earlier we had to start, and then people came.
No, let's start.
And it was like it has more people.
Yeah.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon once again. My name is Peter Metiwa, and I do tax work and finance at Signal Advocates. I'll be your moderator for today. I have with me a panel of experts to dissect the East African and African regional tax environment, and with the time at the forefront, we shall just dive into a Q&A, or I'll just ask my panelists to have a few questions to be discussed. I'll introduce them briefly, and then I'll ask any one of them before we answer my question to introduce themselves. On the panel, we have Mr. John J. Kusabe. John J. Kusabe is a director at BDO Uganda. I also happen to have worked with John J. Kusabe at KPMG. So I'm happy to have John J. We have Mr. Dennis Kakembo, managing partner at Crystal Advocates. Dennis Kakembo also worked with Deloitte, who can come at you. Is that or just Deloitte Uganda? I think it's Deloitte Uganda. It's a bigger name. Deloitte who's come at to ETC. Now with our partner Crystal Advocates, things are very welcome. We also have Mr. Abel Kapumire, Commissioner Custom to Ghana Revenue Authority. Geoffrey, yes. But also Geoffrey Okaka, yes. I also said Commissioner Trade to Ghana Revenue Authority. I think he's doing from sales more very quickly. Without further ado, we are discussing the regime of East African market and African regional market, tax regime, East African market and African regional market. And I'll just dive straight to projects to just give us a brief of what the East African market the first part of the meditate.
Thank you very much, Ian, and hello everyone. Before I proceed, I wanted to also recognize Banamski, who is a custom expert here, right? Good to have you. Ian, on your question on the tax landscape in East Africa, where we are in terms of, first of all, as lawyers, when I was coming to this event, I was remembering how in many instances during my work as a tax consultant, where we work closely with lawyers when they're dealing with especially tax audits. We do a lot of tax reconciliations. I'm sorry to divert it a little bit, but I just want to give context of why the discussion of tax is very critical for the lawyers. The tax consultant, we put in time, sleepless nights, reconcile numbers, day in, day out, and we bring presentations to the client and they are alone. And when it comes to fees, you know, we have so many hours that have accumulated, and the class says, it is too high. Can you like say $10,000? No, it should be $3,000. So there's a lot of argument. But on the other hand, there is the lawyer who was, you know, giving client comfort that don't worry, this case is not one that will take you to prison. And in case of anything, don't worry, I'm here to back you up with all the legal gymnastics that I have. So the lawyer brings this bill of $20,000 just in a few hours, and of course the invoice had a lot of stories. And I was like, you know, as a tax reporter, you're pushing so much, but the client is willing to give you Solicitor, but the lawyer who has put in terms of little time, but getting comfort to the client that don't worry, you will not go to prison. Covered, I've looked at what the tax consultant has done, you're good to go. We have a good case. As lawyers, you have that advantage in the mind of the client. And I would like to encourage you that you need to utilize that perception that clients give you. And that means that as lawyers, you have a lot of opportunity in the tax space, not just in Uganda, but across East Africa and Africa, and where we are going globally, in the global context. Lawyers, you need to have interest in tax space, because as you advise your clients, there's going to be a lot of cross-border transactions. And if you're only interested in Ugandan context alone, you'll be outcompeted in the consulting world. So I encourage you to be interested in the tax space. Quickly back to your question here. Within the East African region, we have the East African community, which where we have the East African Protocol that sets up the Customs Management Act, the East African Customs Management Act that sets out how, as a customs union, how do we treat goods originating from member countries, and how do we treat goods originating from outside the community. So that is from a customs perspective. So we have already a common external tariff, whereby we are saying that if goods are coming from outside the East African community countries, this is how they will be taxed. The rates from 0%, 10%, 25%, and now recently they added the fourth band of 35%. And then goods originating from member countries, there is no tax, import duty. That's from a customs perspective. But from a domestic tax perspective, we don't yet have a common tax code that across the region. Each country, all the member countries, including DRC that came recently, each country has its own domestic tax laws, be it income tax, be it VAT, be it excise duty, be it stamp duty, be it payroll taxes. Each country has its own tax laws. And you might ask yourself, of course, you know about Uganda. I will not tell you that Uganda has this. I believe you already know more about that. But if you look at the domestic tax laws that each of those countries have, you'll find that the number of similarities that are there in the domestic tax laws. But at the same time, there are also a number of differences where Uganda has something different from Tanzania, from Kenya, from Rwanda, on a number of aspects. If you take an example of corporation tax, yes, we have a harmonized corporate tax rate of 30% across all the member countries in the community. But when it comes to elements around, because for corporation tax or income tax, the basis of taxation is residence and source. So that concept of residence and source is common across all the East African member countries, whereby if you are a resident, you're taxed on
Hi, my name is Irene and I come from Uganda. COVID-19 has changed my opportunities, and not because of lack of ability, but because I can't prove who I am. In 2019, I completed my master's degree, and by the time COVID hit in 2020, I was still waiting to receive my certificate and couldn't apply for some jobs. When everything closed, there was no way I could access it, and eventually had to wait over a year to get my certificate. My need is to prove what I have done and what I can do. I am not the only one facing a challenge. When it comes to verification, employers are spending up to $15 per certificate verification and over 240 hours minimum yearly, further heightened by the pandemic. This is why we need Diwala. The Diwala Skill Identity app gives me access to my information and the ability to prove that I should get or create the job I'm looking for. I can finally get digital proof of my identity, my skills, and my experience. Diwala enables institutions to issue secure and verifiable credentials to both individuals and companies. And with Diwala, I can access, request, and share my credentials whether or not I have a smartphone, and employers can verify them in seconds. Now, the best part of these certificates is that they are digitally verifiable. A digital certificate is not like any other certificate. It contains data that can be traced back to its authentic source, in this case, the institution that issued it. It also contains cryptographic signatures that are attached to digital identities visualized by a digitally written signature. When you as an employer, for example, receive this link from a job applicant, you can simply click verify to double check that the hash code this certificate was issued with matches the authentic original code. In the verification list here, you can see what institution issued the certificate, the name of the course, the dates, the signers of the certificates, as well as the person who received it. This process is usually done manually in employment situations and costs many organizations lots of time and resources annually. We at Diwala have shortened this process to a matter of only seconds. In case you have any more inquiries, please do not hesitate to reach out to us through our website, www.diwala.io. With Diwala, you can showcase your digitally verifiable certificate on LinkedIn, where potential employers and investors can verify your skills by a few clicks.
and I would not